tonight here in North Texas. We've got a nice matchup, two clubs within the American League West. The Angels and the Rangers, game 2 of the series. Game 1 last night going to the Texas Rangers, a wild one, as any team is just 3 games winning in a row or losing in a row from being right in the mix in that second wild card spot. You can see the updated wild card standings. This series is all about what we're looking at right now. The Angels a game and a half outside of the Twins. The Rangers now 3 games back. The Yankees winning already today. The Twins about to begin their series against the Kansas City Royals. Welcome inside the booth here inside Globe Life Park in Arlington, Texas. Aaron Goldsmith alongside CJ Nikowski. CJ, these are 2 very familiar opponents. They will meet again one more time before the regular season is over with. But for either of these clubs, the path to the wild card is not an easy one.
No, it's not going to be easy. And it's really coming down to who wants it, who's capable of going on a run and separating themselves. We just showed the standings there. The Yankees have come back to the pack. But look at now the head-to-head matchups. First for the Texas Rangers. 15 of their next 18 games will be against American League teams that are in that wild card hunt right now. The Angels dealing with the same thing. 11 of their last 27 will be against teams that are in that wild card hunt. So the head-to-head matchups become so important. The starting pitching, the defense, who is capable of not making mistakes and going on some kind of run.
Well, we just heard the guys in the studio talking about the new acquisitions for Billy Epler, and the Angels right now will go down to the field, bring in Ken Rosenthal. So Ken, the question is, who's got the edge the rest of the way between these 2 teams?
Right now, Aaron, it's the Angels, and not just because they're a game and a half out of the second wild card and a game and a half ahead of the Rangers. The additions of Justin Upton and Brandon Phillips will boost an offense that currently ranks 11th in the American League in runs per game, and Garrett Richards is expected to rejoin the rotation either Monday or Tuesday. The Rangers' remaining schedule is somewhat easier, but the loss of Adrian Beltre to a grade 2 hamstring strain is crushing. Beltre was in the middle of one of his best offensive seasons. It will be an uphill battle without him.
And you're right, Ken. It really seems like Beltre, you can see him right there, will probably be out for the rest of the regular season. Should the Rangers make the postseason, the wild card, we'll see if Beltre would be able to suit up as well. Right now, CJ will take a look at our 4 keys for this one tonight.
Well, we're going to go with a theme, and college football is well underway. Lots of action on FS1 earlier today and then again later tonight. So for the Los Angeles Angels, the 4-man front, and that means the beginning of this lineup. It looks a lot different now with Brandon Phillips hitting 1, Justin Upton 3rd. So for Mike Trout, an opportunity, and Albert Pujols as well. Those guys last night have combined 9 for 19. They got it done. They scored some runs. Ultimately, they ended up losing 10-9. And for the Texas Rangers, our favorite play as a kid, right in the backyard, go deep. Well, the Rangers have been going deep all season. They lead Major League Baseball in the most home runs hit. And on the flip side, they're going up against Ricky Nolasco tonight. Nolasco has had an issue with the long ball, so this is a good matchup for this Texas Rangers offense.
Take a look at this Angels lineup, and with the new additions that we've just been talking about, this is a pretty formidable lineup, especially the top half. You see Phillips and Trout at the top, then Justin Upton, an all-star this season with the Tigers. Albert Pujols coming off his first 4-hit effort on the season, and Cole Calhoun has been a little up and down this year. Hit underneath 170 in July, but a resounding reboost in August, hit 300. So Calhoun, then Simmons, who's hitting 290, one of his best offensive seasons. As we take a look now at AJ Griffin, this has been a season, CJ, marred with injury for Griffin. 10 weeks on the disabled list, an oblique strain, but 6-5, a 5.26. Rangers needing him here tonight.
Yeah, and that ERA doesn't tell the whole story for AJ Griffin. At times for this Texas Rangers team, he has been very good. He stepped up in some big spots, but the injuries have slowed him down a little bit. It's one of those situations, and I think you do this with a lot of guys. You look around the league and say, you know what? All that matters is what you do the rest of the way. And here's the pitch arsenal for A.J. Griffin. A lot of fastballs. Doesn't throw particularly hard. Sits at 88 miles an hour. The curveball is the big one. That big, slow curveball for A.J. Griffin. A .221 batting average against, and he has only allowed 1 home run on that pitch this season.
A lot of times we'll see a starting pitcher with maybe 2 curves, the slow curve being an option at 67, but he's a little unique in the standpoint that is his curveball. That is the lone curve, 66, 67 miles an hour.
Yeah, it is pretty impressive to watch. Really big break, and this is a guy with no fear. Does not matter. He'll go after a lot of these good hitters here with the Angels with that fastball as well, and he elevates in the zone. He works that fastball curveball combination really well when he's on.
How about a look now at the defense behind Griffin?
So for the Texas Rangers now, Delano DeShields will be getting a lot more regular playing time with Adrian Beltre out, and that's because Joey Gallo goes from left to third. Carlos Gomez, Nomar Mazara, the rest there in the outfield. Elvis Andrews, maybe one of the more underrated shortstops in the league, out there tonight. Mike Napoli at first, and Robinson Chirinos also getting more playing time because of the trade of Jonathan Lucroy behind the plate.
Last night, the Angels got their first look at Brandon Phillips at the top of the order. The bulk of this season, Cameron Maybin has been the leadoff hitter when healthy for Mike Scioscia, but may have been placed on waivers, claimed by the Astros, so he's now in Houston. And Phillips taking over as the leadoff man for the Angels. there is that first pitch curve.
Right out of the chute, 67 miles an hour. It even gets a little bit of a smile out of Brandon Phillips. And like you said, that is not a curveball that will change velocity that much. You're not going to see the harder one. That is it from A.J. Griffin.
Ahead quickly 0-2.
Right on cue, he does his thing. Curveball first, an elevated fastball. And there was a time in baseball where if your fastball sat around 88, you weren't necessarily thinking about elevating it in the zone, right? It was down and away, hit your corners, try to get ground balls, but that's not A.J. Griffin's game. He's a fly ball pitcher.
Another pitch up. 15-game hitting streak for Phillips. You can see his numbers during that span. A 3-time All-Star, Silver Slugger Award winner. So many good years in Cincinnati. And it was interesting at the time of the trade, and of course Phillips had to accept the trade to come to the Angels. He actually said that it was in some ways more difficult to leave Atlanta, a team that he didn't even spend a full season with, than it was leaving Cincinnati. He was beloved there with the Reds.
I think that gives you an idea of how his time went in Atlanta for Brandon Phillips, and it was a mutual respect both from the Braves and from Phillips himself. But you know, that's the thing about baseball, is it doesn't take that long to kind of build those deep relationships. You get to a team, you're comfortable with a team, and that bond can get really strong. And so, you know, it seems like it was only a few months. It makes some sense that Brandon Phillips had a hard time leaving Atlanta.
Fell behind 0-2, now runs the count full. Here comes the 7th pitch to Phillips. Andrews goes out and is called off by DeShields in left field. There's out number 1 tonight. Well, the Angels getting a pretty instant makeover. 2 positions of extreme need, left field and second base.
This is really unbelievable to think about, that the Angels were able to add these 2 guys this late in the year. Of course, you have the regular trading deadline July 31st, but that waiver trade line where traders have to go through trade waivers first. And Justin Upton having such a monster year, maybe his most consistent of his career. This is instant offense for the Angels in both Phillips and Upton.
Trout on the first pitch fouls it away.
And you think about that too. So you had a couple of really good pieces, right? You kind of solve your second base left field situation, and you get to sandwich the best hitter in the game right in between those 2 guys. I mean, this only benefits Mike Trout, as if he needed any more help.
Well, the biggest question surrounding Trout right now is, can he win his 3rd MVP? Would be his 2nd in a row, despite missing just about 7 weeks because of a torn ligament in his thumb he suffered in Miami, sliding into second base. Soft pop-up over to Gallo at third base. Well, he is calling everyone off who is nowhere around him.
Just
is that number 2?
Just in case Robinson Chirinos or A.J. Griffin wanted to get involved. They did not. They had 0 interest in that fly ball. That was all Joey Gallo.
Now, Gallo knows what it's like to run into a man field in a pop-up, so maybe taking a step towards precaution right there. Having to miss some time with the disabled list concussion DL.
He did. He had that collision with Matt Bush, who was still out with the knee. And it was one of those where the shift was on, and so Joey Gallo was actually playing the traditional shortstop position. And a little pop-up went over to third base that Matt Bush actually ended up catching. And it was an ugly collision. And Joey missed some time on going through the concussion protocol, and Matt Bush is still out.
Back-to-back curves, nothing in 2. Upton, just like Phillips, making his Angels debut last night in game 1 of the series. Upton just turning 30 years old. 3 consecutive curveballs. You can see how much that fooled with the timing of Upton. Griffin 3 up, 3 down. We go to the bottom of the first. Getting set to lead things off for Jeff Bannister and the Rangers. Elvis Andrus has been a different player since the start of last season. Batting .302 this year, leading all major league shortstops and hits. And Joey Gallo, we were just talking about him, 37 home runs this season for Gallo. Only Giancarlo Stanton has more in the major leagues. Ricky Nolasco, his first pitch poured in for a strike.
And there's the numbers for Ricky Nolasco. You see the record there, 6-12. Just that 5 ERA. There have been some struggles for him, and I mentioned the home runs as well have been an issue here. Some injuries a couple of years ago, but he has been out there taking the ball. And here is that arsenal for Ricky Nolasco. 48% of the time you see a fastball, again, not an overpowering one from the right-hander. 91 miles an hour. The slider 29% of the time. Split finger 14, and an occasional curveball. The fastball has been the biggest issue. 23 home runs allowed on fastballs this year.
And there's only been one pitcher in the majors so far this year to surrender more home runs than Ricky Nolasco. That is Ariel Miranda of the Mariners. Nolasco, 32 home runs allowed, already a career best, as we have just turned the calendar over to September. And among the game's highest ERA since 2014. Full count.
He gets Delino DeShields to lead off this game. DeShields has really had a nice year for the Rangers. You see the overall numbers there for him, but when he is at the top of the lineup and getting some regular playing time, he has been quite the weapon for Jeff Bannister.
Leadoff walk.
Let's take a look at the Angels defense, and it is one now that is improved with Brandon Phillips at second, but it's Upton, Trout, Cole Calhoun, a very good, in my opinion, slightly underrated player in right field for the Angels. Valbuena and Andrelton Simmons, the best defensive shortstop, I think. You'd have a hard time finding people that would argue that in baseball. C.J. Cron, Archie Maldonado behind the plate, and watching, there's the two new guys. But I got to believe in it. It's probably only going to be for a month. But you may see some pretty amazing double plays turn between Brandon Phillips and Andrelton Simmons. Some highlight reel stuff over the course of their careers from both of those guys.
Here is Chu with DeShields at first. Are you suggesting that Phillips is a flashy second baseman?
Yes, he is. He definitely is. I mean, that double play was the one that he caught barehanded and turned on his knees. Remember the one from a couple of years ago? He definitely has that in him, and still does. It's really incredible to see what he does, even at 36 years old. Still very agile, plays a good second base.
Cracked out to center. Trout trying to track it down. It's over his head and off the base of the wall. DeShields burns into third base. He gets the stop sign there. Two the opposite way off the base of the wall, and then right away, the Rangers have two runners in scoring position.
Well, even though Mike Trout could not catch his balls, we take a look at the replay. It looked like a two-seam fastball that was elevated a little bit more than Ricky Nolasco wanted it. But we get a look at Mike Trout as he fields his ball off the wall. But as he was chasing that ball, you could tell it looked like it was probably going to go over his head. We have a great view compared to what Delino DeShields had. But he gave the fake glove up, right, as if he had a chance to maybe catch it. And so because of that, Delino DeShields had to hold up. Had he taken off, he would have easily scored on that ball. But a good decoy by Mike Trout.
Nobody out, two in scoring position for Elvis Andrus. On the first pitch, Simmons going over to third, and they get Chu at third base as DeShields crosses. Rangers, three batters of the ball game, take a 1-0 lead.
A little surprising actually to see Chu go there. The rule is if the ball is to your right, you hold up, and especially when you have Andrelton Simmons out there, you know he is capable of making a really good play. But you decided to take off on contact, and maybe because it was that slow ground ball and he thought he'd have a chance to beat the throw, but he did not. So it is an RBI ground out, but one more runner out of scoring position because of that play by Simmons.
One out, a run in, and Andrus at first base. Here is Nomar Mazara. Looks at a first pitch strike. You look at the numbers this year for Nolasco. Here tonight, he is looking for his first quality start in almost exactly a month. His last 5 starts, a combined .604 earned run average and an OPS well over 900. There goes Andrews, able to slide in, but out. Went right between the legs of Simmons at second base. And Andrews, with 23 bags on the year, gets caught this time.
Let's see this here. This is a good pick by Andrelton Simmons, and he gets that tag down right away, and you can clearly see that Elvis Andrus is out. He's done a nice job stealing bases this year, but Martin Maldonado has done an excellent job throwing this year. He did allow 4 stolen bases last night, but that is not his game. That is the 25th runner that he has thrown out this year.
Got now 2 balls and a strike to Mazzaro, so 2 men thrown out on the base paths for the Rangers here in the bottom of the first. Fair ball tight to the line. Crone flipping to Nolasco. That ends the inning, but a run is in for the Rangers. An inning complete, 1-0 Texas. Albert Pujols leads it off for the Angels. 4 hits last night for Pujols, his first 4-hit game of the season. And he looks at ball 1 from A.J. Griffin. Pujols joining the 600 home run club this year. Joining it with the grand slam in Anaheim. Griffin ahead 1-2.
Gives you an idea what A.J. Griffin can really make his fastball look like. And kind of ignore that radar gun a little bit. Albert Pujols just took an 86-mile-an-hour fastball almost down the middle, but that ball jumped on him because he had seen the curveball prior to that, and that's what A.J. Griffin will do. That's how he'll try to use that curveball to make the fastball look better.
Gomez, medium depth, makes the catch. There's that number 1. Well, join Major League Baseball in its efforts to help victims of the devastation caused by Hurricane Harvey by visiting redcross.org, by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS, or by texting Harvey to 90999 to donate $10. Pretty emotional day in downtown Houston, Minute Maid Park. A.J. Hinch, Astros manager, addressing the crowd. Over 30,000 in attendance today. A doubleheader between the Astros and the Mets. The Mets gracious enough to allow for the doubleheader today and have yesterday's game be postponed. A day of service in the Houston area for the Astros and also the Mets. A number of the Mets players chipping in around the town yesterday.
Yeah, part of that too for those Astros players, that first full day to get home. Of course, they have their families there as well. I had a chance to talk to Will Harris today earlier on radio, and he said that their team got very lucky. So most of the guys, whether they live there full time or just guys that rent places during the season, really nobody had any significant damage. So they were very grateful that the guys on that team had been spared. They've already been spending time, spent yesterday down at the George R. Brown Convention Center, where there are a lot of evacuees and people right now that have no other place to go, and so the Astros players are there doing, and the Mets players, whatever they could to help lift spirits.
2-2. Now somebody that has also been affected, pitching coach Doug Brocail, a native of Houston, makes his home there, and Brocail very emotional, as you might imagine, wishing that he could be home helping those in need.
Missouri City, Texas is where Doug Brocail lives. Of course, Jeff Bannister is a native as well. Right there where Brocail was, Missouri City, kind of in between Sugar Land, which that town's name has come up a bunch here in the news. Probably people have seen that. And then also there was this neighborhood, Sienna Plantation, not too far from where Doug Brocail lives, that was also a town, or I should say a subdivision that took on a lot of damage. So absolutely near and dear to his heart. A lot of players around the league, even if they're not playing for the Astros, are very affected by what is going on down in Houston.
And we saw Jeff Bannister. He's from Lamarck, Texas, not too far outside of Houston. The shift is on. Here comes the 7th pitch to Calhoun, and it rides it full. Calhoun coming off a very strong month of August. He had 300. Into the shift. And a stumbling low pick there by Andrews. Pretty play for round number 2. Andrews looking a little bit like Andrelton Simmons due up next. And for more on Simmons, we go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Guys, if you remember when Andrelton Simmons was with the Braves and even his early days with the Angels, people in the industry questioned whether he would ever hit. Well, here's what Simmons says to that. I consider myself kind of intelligent. I tried to make adjustments. I had to make adjustments. That's the thing that people didn't account for, that I'd be able to do that. His turnaround started in June 2016 when the Angels GM Billy Epler sent him a text message showing which pitches and locations he handled best and which ones he did not. Simmons says the difference now is he tries to hit the ball hard instead of manipulating the bat, staying inside, doing all those kinds of things. The transformation has made him one of the most valuable players in baseball.
Well, Ken, he was beginning the final month of really his best offensive season of his career, and something else for Simmons, CJ, he almost never strikes out. And we're seeing some really impressive power numbers this year for Simmons as well.
Yeah, he's a guy that swings hard all the time. He's always been like that, even in 2-strike counts, not afraid to let it fly. That strikeout rate just 10% for him so far this season through 544 plate appearances. Very impressive number. League average, just to give you an idea, 20.7, so 21%. He's 10% better than the league average when it comes to strikeout rate. I like what Ken said there. Basically, the approach is the mechanics of the swing. You can't worry about it when you go out there and compete. Sure, you can work on it when you're hitting off the tee, maybe during batting practice, but just focusing on hitting the baseball hard when you're out there competing, it's pretty difficult to be successful if you're thinking about all the little things.
Waits back on another curve, fouls it off. Well, this series featuring 2 of the best offensive shortstops in the majors. You can see Andrews, most hits. Simmons not far behind him, 3rd in baseball. How about the run production for Andrews this year, and the runs scored as well?
It's been a great year for Elvis Andrews. Very consistent throughout the year. He's been important here for the Rangers.
Well, the curveball has been dialed in so far through 2 innings. 6 up, 6 down for A.J. Griffin. With you. And by Budweiser, proudly brewed across America, this Bud's for you. Inside Globe Life Park here in Arlington, Texas. Rangers an early 1-0 lead as we start the bottom of the second. That's where Carlos Gomez leads it off. Now, earlier this year here on FS1, Gomez hit for the cycle against the Angels in this very ballpark. And as Gomez let everyone know, as soon as that ball went the batter's eye in center field, it was his second career cycle. It seemed as though he remembered his first.
Well, those are the kind of things that you definitely do not forget, and this is a very excitable player in Carlos Gomez. Brings a ton of energy, lots of aggressiveness, but yes, he was very excited when he stood in the box and had a chance for his second career cycle. Hit the home run, came around home plate, and as he crossed home plate, look at his teammates, flashed it too. Hey, second time I've done that, y'all.
Gives this a lift out to left center field. Upton is just looking, and Gomez with a blast, his 17th. It leads off the bottom of his second. 2-0 Texas. Now 3 hits shy of what will be his third cycle.
He is a single, double, and triple short. Carlos Gomez is, but he'll take that home run in his first at bat here against Ricky Nolasco. And this is something you expect a little bit when these two teams, or excuse me, this team and this pitcher go up together. You see the breaking ball at his down in the zone, a pretty good pitch at 83 miles per hour, but Carlos Gomez is all over it. It's a guy that swings hard. It's got that deep, long power. You see it there. There's the curveball grip, and that thing just spins. Not bad, though. Located down, but you hear that coming off of Carlos's bat. A bomb into the Angel bullpen.
0-2 on Gallo. And Nolasco has now given up 33 home runs this season. He has tied Ariel Miranda for the most in the majors. Gallo a high pop the opposite way. Upton a long way to go for it. Out of his range. Still 0-2.
That'd have been a great punt as far as the hang time on that. I mean, that thing was in the air for a long time, but because of the shift, nobody could get to it. And so Joey Gallo is going to get another opportunity. Just count in your head. I don't know what good hang time is on a punt, but this thing was up there for a while. It seems like it would have been a good one. And it was a long run for Justin Upton. That ball was in the air nearly 7 seconds.
Count 0-2 on Gallo. Nearly half of his hits this year have been home runs.
Well, that's what you get with Joey Gallo. Big power. It's been an interesting year. First year for him really to go wire to wire. The plan in the offseason was actually for him to start the year in the minor leagues, but because Adrian Beltre hurt his calf, Joey Gallo became the opening day third baseman. He had to hold that position down for a couple of months, and he's taken full advantage of that over the course of the year. Jeff Bannister talking about the growth that he has seen from Joey Gallo. You mentioned, of course, where he is with home runs in the American League, but he's got, I believe it's about 120 or so less plate appearances than Aaron Judge.
And Judge tied for the most in the American League entering today. Judge did not homer. Yankees winning earlier this afternoon against the Red Sox. An appeal he does not go.
I think that gives you a little bit of an idea of what Jeff Bannister was telling us before the game. There they are. Big league home run leaders, MLB, but Joey Gallo, Aaron Judge right there tied for the American League lead. But saying that breaking ball right there was usually a pitch that Joey Gallo was swinging at a year ago, and he's done a better job of laying off those pitches this year.
Just gets a piece back to the glove of Maldonado for round number 1. All right, now we'll go down to the field, check in once again with Ken.
Well, Joey Gallo, his breakout, guys, is the product of greater opportunity and greater maturity. He worked with a sports psychologist last winter, and here's a guy who had been waiting for this chance. He would tell the Rangers coaches last year, guys, you've got to give me an opportunity to get comfortable. He told Jeff Bannister the same thing in spring training. So here he is now, playing time at 3 different positions, but he's playing, and that's adding to his comfort level.
And that is an interesting point. If you play a 3-game series against the Rangers, there's a chance that you see Gallo Well, this is before the Beltre injury, of course, but you see Gallo at first base, you see him at third base, you see him in left field. As Napoli steps inside now, checks the swing. And you do wonder, CJ, especially for a young player, does that complicate things, or is it player to player? Probably.
It can be if you let it, and it's understandable if it does. I don't think you would necessarily blame a guy who may have some struggles because he's playing multiple positions in his first complete full year in the big leagues. It is asking a lot, but Joey Gallo has handled that extremely well. And I think going back to what Ken was saying right there, you just want consistent at bats. So that's the other thing. It's all about how you build it up in your own mind, right? You say, oh, you could be down on the fact, or maybe not loving that you're playing a bunch of different positions, or you could say, whatever it takes to get me in the lineup. I just want the at-bats to show you what I can do, and Joey Gallo has done that this year.
2-1 to Napoli. Makes it 3-1.
I said 120 plate appearances. Actually, it's 131 less plate appearances that Joey Gallo has compared to Aaron Judge, yet they are tied for the American League lead in home runs.
Now, Judge has slowed significantly since the All-Star break. To say that his pace in the first half was unsustainable.
A lot was made of that for Aaron Judge, another guy going through his first full year in the big leagues. There's a lot there, especially when you're doing it in that market, all the attention that he was getting. When I first saw the Judge's chambers go up in right field, I was like, it's a cool idea, it's a nice idea, it's neat, it's gimmicky, it's marketable, but man, this is his first full year in the big leagues. You don't know what that second half is going to bring, and that's just some added pressure, I think, on a guy like Aaron Judge. Even though he seems like he's a character guy off the charts and seems like he handles himself really well, still think that is quite a lot to handle, even if you are built like The Rock.
Napoli out to left field. Upton looks like he's got some room in front of the track. He puts it away. 2 down. That brings up Rougned Odor. Now, if you are a pitcher and you are going through the order of Gallo, Napoli, and Odor, these are 3 pretty similar hitters in terms of what their ultimate goal is. That is to hit home runs. Odor, you can see the numbers here. The on-base percentage is just as low as the basement, but the home runs, a chance for another 30 home run campaign this year. Napoli batting beneath 200 this season. We all know the pop that he has, especially we saw it in full display last year with the Indians.
And what you get here with the Texas Rangers is kind of what we're seeing around Major League Baseball, right? The strikeouts are up, the home runs are up, the lower batting averages, but almost exponentially higher here in Texas as you get deeper into the lineup. We see more hitters like that, but they have quite the collection.
There's a base hit for Odor. Karam's over to Cole Calhoun. 2-out single for Rougned Odor. Keeps the inning alive, brings up Robinson Chirinos.
And the part of that too, think about this, not only do they have the home runs, but you get to 6, 7, 8 in the lineup, those positions. I don't know if there's a team in baseball that's got a 37, 28, and 27 home run hitter at that point in the lineup. That's what makes it even more the unusual. You think of, okay, well, you get to the bottom of the lineup, you can take a breather. Well, not here. You can't make a mistake to this Texas Rangers lineup. They will make you pay even at the bottom of the order.
And even Chirinos batting 9th with 15 on the season.
The 15 home runs for Robinson Chirinos, a career high for him. But look at this right here. 9 players. Keep talking about the home runs that the Rangers have. 9 with at least 15 home runs. That is the only team in Major League Baseball to have that many. And remember this too, Jonathan Lucroy hit 24 home runs last year. He ended up getting traded to the Colorado Rockies. He very easily could have been in that club if he had his typical year. His power was down this year, hit just 4 home runs over the 4 months that he was here with the Rangers before getting traded to the Rockies. Had he had his typical season, 10 guys in your lineup with 15 or more.
Incredible. And just saw Elvis Andrus with 16. Not a guy historically known for his power, but he's had it on full display this season. We also mentioned the run production this year from Andrus. Meanwhile, 2 balls and a strike to Chirinos. 2 outs and Odor at first base.
There's a good catching core here in Los Angeles for the Angels. Ricky Nolasco's allowed just 3 stolen bases. 6 attempted base stealers have been thrown out with him on the mound. You see Maldonado there, I mentioned him earlier. He's already thrown out his 25th potential base stealer, but he came in with a 38% caught stealing rate.
Time call. Well, speaking of Lucroy, Maldonado, the longtime backup for Lucroy in Milwaukee. And per StatCast last year, the best pop-to-pop time in the major leagues. From the time the pitch hits his glove to the time it hits the infielder at second. 2-2.
See Chirinos hitting himself on the head after that swing. Gets in that fastball count 2-1. But even to the 9-hole hitter, Ricky Nolasco going with something off speed when he's behind in the count.
It's been a lengthy inning for Nolasco here in the second. Gets Chirinos to end the frame. Leadoff home run, Carlos Gomez. Rangers lead at 2-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Carlos Gomez's 17th home run.
Second has given the Rangers a 2-0 lead as we start the third. Luis Valbuena, who began the season on the disabled list with a pretty significant hamstring injury. At third base, batting 7th tonight for Mike Scioscia. His first year with the Angels, last 2 seasons in Houston. No surprise, the first pitch curved to Valbuena. Off the hands, the shift is on. Andrews having to cover some ground, and he does with 2 hands to make the catch. We'll go back down to the field, check in with Ken.
Well, speaking of hamstrings, guys, and third baseman, we have to talk about Adrian Beltre. Grade 2 hamstring strain, expected to miss 4 weeks. But not many of the Rangers players actually believe he will. A couple of them talked about it yesterday. Mike Napoli told me, I don't doubt he'll find a way to get back on the field. He'll DH or do something else. Shin-Soo Choo said he loves baseball too much to stay away. And when we asked manager Jeff Bannister about Beltre today and whether he could come back before the end of the regular season, Obviously, Bannister didn't want to get carried away, but he said, if there's one guy who can do it, it's him.
Yeah, you know, Ken, the interesting thing is we see that sign up in right center field here inside Globe Life Park to celebrate his 3,000th career hit, which he got earlier this season against the Orioles. Despite the milestone for Beltre, and when he's been healthy, CJ, he's had just a tremendous offensive season. Beltre called this one of his most disappointing seasons because he missed the start of the season with the calf injury and now the hamstring.
Yeah, not because of how he's performed. He's been unbelievable. Jeff Bannister even pointed out, you know, hey, you stretch that out over the course of the year and you're looking at an MVP candidate in his age 38 season. So absolutely, Adrian, of course, misses being on the field. But let's take you back to the big moment for him, the milestone moment, July 29th, on a 3-0 pitch. A double down the left field line. The first time in his career he's ever hit a double on a 3-0 pitch. A pretty incredible moment. Of course, that was the same day Pudge Rodriguez went into the Hall of Fame. So just a really nice moment here in Texas Rangers history.
Soft flare, right field. Mazzara, chin high, puts it away for round number 3. 7-pitch inning. Griffin faced the minimum through 3. Delasco. Top third of the order due up for Texas here in the bottom of the third. It begins with Delano DeShields. We're talking about those with the Rangers affected by Hurricane Harvey, and DeShields pretty public on social media talking about his love for Houston. He is not a native Texan by any means, but was a former first-round draft pick by the Astros. Spent many years in their farm system, including some time with Double-A Corpus Christi. The 0-2. Unfortunately for the Corpus Christi Hooks, their beautiful ballpark for the most part unscathed with Harvey. To Simmons with the backhand. DeShields makes it close, very close in fact, but that is down number 1.
Yeah, you see the frustration there on Delano DeShields' face. Tough to do against Andrelton Simmons. This guy absolutely flies down the line. Hit a couple of scouts to see this one close. He is out by about a half a step, but this year get him at a 3.51 coming out of the right-handed batter's box. And that is an absurd number. Your quick guys are like 3.6, 3.7. He's able to pull off a 3-5 earlier this year.
1 out for Chu. Chu had doubled off on Nolasco in the first inning. Pretty impressive for Nolasco to be able to control the damage a little bit in that first. A leadoff walk, and the double by Chu, so 2 in scoring position, nobody out, and was able to allow only 1 run. Helped out by some poor base running by the Rangers. One and 2. Now for Nolasco, the last time he faced the Rangers, 1 run over 4 2/3 inning. It was a shame you could not pick up 1 more out. He would have picked up the win. It was a 10-1 Angels win, their only win of that 4-game series. Raked over to Brandon Phillips. A couple of ground ball outs to begin the bottom of the 3rd. We'll go back to Los Angeles and say hi to Mike Hill for a game break. All right, Mike, thank you. CJ, what do you think?
As far as them making it or his home run totals?
As far as him being an MVP candidate.
Oh, without a doubt. I am not a proponent of that. The MVP candidate has to come from a contender. I know that's a conversation that a lot of guys will go back and forth on. I don't have a vote. Obviously, that's a good thing. You don't want me voting for any of this stuff. But for the guys that do, you know, I like getting into the conversation. I think it's fun to talk about. But no, if you're the best player in the league, you're the best player. I know a lot of people talk about the V in MVP, how valuable you are to your team, and I know you can make an argument for that, but you know, we've seen last place teams produce MVPs before, so why does your team have to go to the postseason? I just don't think that's a prerequisite when we talk about voting. Now, if all things are equal between a couple of candidates, okay, I could see where maybe that would put him over the top. But if one player is clearly better than another in the league, I don't see why what the rest of his team did should have any effect on what kind of hard work he picks up.
Well, for the other side of that coin, Ken Rosenthal, your thoughts?
Well, I am a voter, and I do have a preference.
Well, check you out.
Well, I am. My preference is that a player does play for a contender. Now, there are exceptions, and it isn't a requisite. But at the same time, those games that a player performs in a pennant race are at a different level of pressure than when you're out of a pennant race. Joey Votto, for instance, great player, but he's not playing in meaningful games. Not his fault.
A rare blunder by Simmons to keep this conversation alive.
I appreciate that because it's time for my counterpoint, Ken Rosenthal. So appreciate the error by Anderson Simmons in that spot. And there is some validity to it at the same time. Think about this. If you're Joey Votto, you got a big contract, you're locked in, you know where you're going to be. It's pretty easy to mail it in, too, when your team stinks and you have no chance of making the postseason. So to be able to keep the concentration level up and still perform. I've been on bad teams before, and you start getting into this time of year, or even in the middle of August, you're like, we're not going anywhere. It's easy to see your numbers start to slide and actually stay focused in. So, listen, I think there's two legitimate sides to this conversation. It's not, you know, and I usually like to think that I'm right all the time, but I'm not right all the time. And I certainly Ken has a very valid voice. And, well, you know what? He doesn't care because he gets the vote anyway, and I don't. So it's going down the way Ken wants it to go down.
Here's Mazzara. Ken, I am curious what you made then last year of Mike Trout winning the MVP.
I liked Mike Trout winning last year, and I thought he was so far above the field that he had to win, and that voters were almost looking for excuses not to make him MVP. Now, this year is a different story, guys, because of the time he missed, the 6 weeks. One of the criteria for MVP that the voters are given is number of games played. So he's not going to have the number of games played that you normally want out of an MVP. But at the same time, if you go according to wins above replacement, he's second only to Altuve. And that is a measure that incorporates all kinds of production in a cumulative way. So if Trout finishes as he does with this high WAR, he's a strong candidate. He will be a strong candidate regardless, and particularly if they make the playoffs, CJ. But keep this in mind. The fewest games ever played by an MVP in a 162-game season is 117 by George Brett. That was in 1980. Trout's max out number is 116.
Right there in the neighborhood. Ball and 2 strikes to Mazzara.
Now, Brett wasn't the strike here, was he? It was a shortened season. I don't think it was, right? Yeah. So that would make a difference. And I bring it up because Clayton Kershaw won a Cy Young Award with less than 200 innings. That is something that we haven't seen from non-relievers. Of course, there have been relievers that have won the Cy Young Award. There have been guys. Fernando Valenzuela, 1981 was a strike shortened season. He won the Cy Young with 192. David Cohn won it with 171 innings, but that was in '94, which was also a season that was cut short by the strike. So we have seen it. He has the lowest innings total of anyone to win a Cy Young in a full season. So you do see some kind of precedent where the guys will start kind of changing things up a little bit because you've been so dominant. Now that's Clayton Kershaw dominating the league, and I think you do have to dominate. I guess the other part of this for me is, as Ken was talking about the postseason teams, what if your team falls 3 games short? You're obviously battling the entire year until you're eliminated. I kind of wonder how voters would look at that.
Well, you raised some pretty valid points for a guy who doesn't have a vote, CJ.
I know. I mean, listen, I am a valid point raiser. This is what I do.
Keeping an eye on Andrews, who was caught stealing earlier. Has 23 on the season.
Plus, I just want to see Mike Trout rack up a ridiculous number of MVPs, right? I mean, his history of either winning it or finishing second in every full year of his career.
It's remarkable.
It's unbelievable. And he is so young still. So to think what he could do in this game at 26 years old.
Well, considering that when Miguel Cabrera won the Triple Crown, there were still people who voted for Mike Trout.
Yep. I'm okay with that, though. I really am. Even though that was an unbelievable feat, some people say, well, some of those stats in the Triple Crown maybe are not fully reflective on how good the player is or what his year represented. I think that's legit.
Mazzara down swinging, and it's the bottom of the 3rd. We go to the 4th, 2-0 Texas. Is all about the American League wild card. We can see the updated standings. Yankees winning earlier today. Twins are in progress against Kansas City. Baltimore and the Angels a game and a half outside of the Twins. The Rangers 3 games back, tied with the Tampa Bay Rays, who are even Steven just as the Rangers are. First pitch to Phillips. This is, keep in mind, only a 7-pitch 3rd inning by Griffin, and the very first pitch results in an out to begin the 4th. Now get ready to start your day with First Things First, weekday mornings on FS1 with host Chris Carter and Nick Wright as they kick off the day with the latest in sports. First Things First premieres Tuesday, 6:30 a.m. Eastern on FS1. So 8 pitches to get the last 4 outs for Griffin.
He certainly is efficient as he throws another one of those curveballs in there. And Mike Trout looks at it. 65 miles an hour. You'd almost think a position player was pitching with that velocity. He is a master, A.J. Griffin is, with that curveball.
Well, the story of A.J. Griffin, really an interesting one. Many people probably remember his time with the A's. You go back to 2013, 200 innings, 32 starts, very good looking, 3.83 earned average, one of the lowest whips in the American League that year. And then missing each of the next 2 seasons. Tommy John, then a shoulder injury while rehabbing from Tommy John. Returned last year to the major leagues after a 2-year hiatus. And just over 20 starts with the Rangers.
You see him trying to elevate on Mike Trout. Now, we talked about how that is his game.
Down the left field line, and the first hit tonight for the Angels. No surprise coming off the bat of Mike Trout. A 1-out stand-up double. He's now reached base in 85 of 88 games this season.
Well, part of what I was getting to is that Mike Trout is such a good low ball hitter, and you see the changeup there from A.J. Griffin as he drills the ball into that left field corner for a double. And so the idea of him elevating the fastball is not only A.J. Griffin's strength, but if you're looking for a weakness, as you see Mike Trout stumbling around first base, that would be the one. I'm very hesitant to use the word weakness, but at least the area in which you can go and have a shot to get Mike Trout out. So that works in A.J. Griffin's to his advantage. But he went with the changeup down, and Trout didn't miss it.
Well, here is Justin Upton. We take a look at our Gatorade Extra Effort player profile. Upton, his 2nd game in an Angels uniform. You can track his career. Former #1 overall pick, an all-star earlier this year with the Tigers for signing that lucrative deal with Detroit. And things will be interesting for Upton at the end of the season. You look at what his contract says, a 6-year deal with the Tigers prior to 2016, but he has an opt-out at the end of this year.
I'll be curious to see how he decides to handle this thing. He is having a terrific season, probably the most consistent of his career. He's got a good chance to set a career high in home runs. 31 is that number. He's done that a couple of times. 28 so far, so it does appear that most likely he would get there. But the thing about Justin Upton over the course of his career was always, you're going to get the strikeouts, you're going to get the home runs, and he would go cold. Just kind of disappear on you for a little while, and then at the end of the season, the numbers were always there. It's been a little bit different this year. There really hasn't been the cold streak with him. He has been very good with the Detroit Tigers, and that even goes back into a little bit of last year.
He has just mashed lefties. One of the few times tonight we have seen A.J. Griffin really behind the count, 3-1.
274 for Justin Upton since August 1st of last year with 46 home runs, 135 RBIs, and you compare that to his career numbers and slightly better.
Another weak pop-up. Andrews has all day to get underneath it. 2 outs. Trout having to stay put at second base after the double. Two outs, a man in scoring position for Albert Pujols. Well, the most popular way to follow the postseason pushes with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, statcast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today.
So what do you think? Does he opt out? I mean, that's the big question. There's a lot of rumblings that saying he will. But the offensive market last year, free agency, actually went a little bit in the other direction, I think, than what people were expecting. Edwin Encarnacion did not get the money that he wanted. Jose Bautista did not get the money I think a lot of people We're expecting certainly not the money he was expecting. Mark Trumbo, your power
Absolutely.
guys, you know, so a lot of those numbers were down this past offseason.
2-0.
And then the Angels have just been trying to solve left field for
Forever.
seems like it's been a really long time. And so I'm kind of wondering if they're hoping he stays or if they just wanted him for this run and hoping that he opts out.
Think about this. Since 2013, Angels last in the majors in terms of left field offensive production, last in slugging, on base, and home runs. 28th in average. Kenny, do you have more on the Upton situation?
I do. This is a fascinating decision coming up, and it's likely going to hinge on how he performs in September, if he stays hot. I talked to him before the game. You can find the interview on foxsports.com. And basically, I asked him about the opt-out and what was different from 2 years ago. Now, if you remember, 2 years ago, he had the qualifying offer on him. He had Cespedes, Hayward, and Alex Gordon also in the market. He really had only one offer, that offer from the Tigers. So you would think 2 years later, age 30, he might be reluctant to go out there. But what he said was pretty interesting. He said teams are always going to want good players. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to opt out. He can stay 4 years, $88.5 million, not bad. But the question is, can he get a longer deal, whether it's from the Angels or some other club in free agency? Keep in mind, he lives in Virginia, but he's got a home in Arizona. He's comfortable playing on the West Coast.
You mentioned the coin coming his way if he were to stay and play out the rest of that contract. It's not shabby.
I wonder, you know, you think about that and say, you know, if he likes it here, if he enjoys his 1 month, continues to produce, add another year or two, if the Angels would be interested in that, that might make it work for him.
Chirinos off of the mask and out of room. So 2-2 on Pujols. Well, he has taken advantage of driving in runs. 31 ribbies last 33 games against the Rangers.
4 of those last night. He did a really nice job with his 4-hit night. A couple of really tough pitches as well, down and away. As much as some people around this game wanted to believe this, Albert Pujols he's not done. He's still a very dangerous hitter.
And we'll go back to last night, game 1 of this series. What you were talking about, CJ.
Well, first Cole Hamels, pretty good pitch, and this one was one that finished up in him. But look at this pitch here, down and away. That's where he drove in the 2 runs on that pitch there. He got another pitch down and away that he lined into left field. There's one from Jason Grilli that was down the middle. It was a big night for Albert Pujols, to 4 hits, 4 RBIs. It ultimately was a 4.5-hour game.
Pokes this into left field. Trout tears around third base. Albert Pujols just keeps on driving in runs against the Rangers. Puts the Angels on the board. 2-out base hit into left. Now Griffin, 3 no-hit innings, now a couple of hits here in the 4th.
Well, there's the breaking ball. This one stayed up just a little bit. Now Albert Pujols was still out front, but he was able to stay back long enough. You see him almost hitting that baseball with one hand and hitting it off the end of the bat, but doing enough to get that ball in the outfield. And the 2 outs, that is an easy RBI with Mike Trout coming around from second base. Trout almost touched home before Pujols touched first. It was close.
A tale of 2 extremes there. First pitch misses to Cole Calhoun. So Pujols now with 20 RBIs in his last 19 games.
Kind of jokingly talking about how some people are ready to call it a career for Albert Pujols, because he does currently rank dead last in Major League Baseball in WAR, wins above replacement. I think that pokes some holes in that stat a little bit, to some degree. I understand he doesn't run, doesn't play the field anymore, but he can still hit, he can still drive in runs. To say that he was the worst player in baseball using that metric is nonsense to me. And look at this, Andrelton Simmons. So that's the American League, and Albert Pujols is last in the American League, but he's last in all of baseball. Andrelton Simmons, who we talked about having the great year, is third. And it's because of the great defense, and he's having a really nice offensive year. But I asked the question very simple. You got a runner in scoring position. You ask, 20 right-handed pitchers in this league, who would they rather face? With a runner at second base in a big spot, Albert Pujols or Andrelton Simmons. And this is unscientific, but I think about 95% of them would tell you they'd much rather face Andrelton Simmons. It's not a knock on him, but it's just the fact that Albert Pujols is still a hitter that you have to deal with, and one that's a big threat.
Hey, Ken, I know you had a really interesting conversation with Ron Renicky.
Yes, and Ron Renicky, the bench coach for the Angels, basically said, there are very few guys I see who are different with people on base. He's different. Now, CJ is absolutely right. Wins above replacement cannot measure the value of Albert Pujols right now. I get it. 6th lowest OPS in the American League coming into today, but at the same time, 6th in the American League in RBIs. So that tells you he still has that clutch hitting thing. Sabermetricians will tell you, clutch hitting, it's not real, etc. No, it's real with Albert Pujols.
Oh, it absolutely is. There are guys that are just comfortable in that spot. Now, sometimes that means not getting overwhelmed. We talk about that conversation, and we've had it with about Derek Jeter for all those years, and say, what do you do in the big moment? Well, actually, not a lot changes. You just kind of get locked in, as opposed to the guys that maybe start to grip that bat a little bit tighter, start to sweat a little bit more. Also, the approach, as far as what you're looking for with guys in RBI situations. A lot of guys will tell you they do not let off-speed pitches for strikes go by early in the count if there's an opportunity to drive or run in, because on the other side of that, pitcher sometimes will think, let me try to get a quick strike against Albert Pujols and flip this little curveball up there. And a lot of times those really good hitters in those spots are ready for it.
Long inning here for Griffin. Over 25 pitches this frame. Threw only 7 pitches in a 1-2-3 third.
So you're going to love this one, because Ken is right. Sabermetricians don't love that clutch stat, but they do keep one on Fangraphs. Of all DHs, Albert Pujols has the highest number. So even by their standards, he's clutch. Now, how they get there, I looked it up earlier today. Don't ask me to repeat it. I mean, it's absolute nonsense with the WPA divided by LL. Like, I'm out after that. But he is first. The highest clutch number, 1.87, whatever that means, is the best among all DHs in baseball.
Pujols at second, Calhoun at first. Pujols the tying run in scoring position. We've seen some funny swings on that curveball. There's another.
Well, it's the battle of trying to stay back because the velocity is so low on that pitch. And not getting too caught out front. You see that there with Andrelton Simmons. And you see him there. I mean, he is out front, and it's a very similar swing, one-handed, that we saw on Albert Pujols' base hit.
Some Rangers fans probably remember last season when Nomar Mazara made his big league debut against the Angels. And Jared Weaver, who was throwing, well, his fastball was about 78 miles an hour or so, and that was one of the things that was so impressive about Mazara in his very first game, was his ability to control the bat against some pitches that are so far below the hitting speed. Weaver just recently announcing his retirement. 30th pitch this inning, shockingly a curveball. Simmons whiffs on it. That ends the top of the 4th. the bottom of the 4th inning. Carlos Gomez will lead things off. This is what happened the last time he came up, leading off the 2nd. Beltre-esque follow through there.
Went down and got a pitch, and it wasn't a terrible breaking ball from Nolasco, but Carlos Gomez was all over that pitch at the knees.
Nolasco's had a hard time this year against Texas. 3 previous starts this season against the Rangers. His best outing was his last, a run over 4 2/3. But back in April, 5 earned, 5 innings. In July, 8 earned, over an inning and 2/3. Here's 0-2. Line down the left field corner. A base hit for Gomez. The home run earlier. Now he hunts the double. He gets there standing.
Carlos Gomez not in a good count here, 0-2, and he goes down and gets another off-speed pitch against Ricky Nolasco. Watch this here. There's the breaking ball grip again, almost similar to what we saw. This one was even lower. Gomez goes down and gets, he had an opportunity this past offseason. There were some better financial opportunities, but he wanted to come back to Texas, so he signs the 1-year deal. And he's been unbelievable here at home, hitting .304 coming into tonight. That number is going to go up. Just 187 on the road, but he is very comfortable here in Texas. And he has missed some time, hamstring injury, and he had a cyst on his shoulder. But when he has been in this lineup, he has been very important and extremely good here at home.
He's in scoring position for Gallo. Ken, you have more on the future of Gomez?
Well, I'm going to put CJ on the spot here.
Uh-oh.
Now, Carlos Gomez, free agent at the end of the year, making $11.5 million this season. But the Rangers have some younger outfielders: Delino DeShields, Drew Robinson, and Willie Calhoun, who they just acquired in the Yu Darvish trade. They might want to go younger, build around this young core. They've got the new ballpark opening in 2020. You can commit to those guys, or you can maybe bring Gomez back. I'm not sure, CJ, which way they should go.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Delino DeShields has done a really nice job when he gets his consistent playing time. I think you absolutely try to find a spot, make sure he gets consistent playing time next year, whether it's left or center field. Carlos Gomez has been pretty important. This is not a team that's ever going to go into a rebuild. Calhoun is a very interesting guy that they got, of course, in the Darvish trade from the Los Angeles Dodgers. But if you're going to contend, committing a roster spot to a guy first time in the big league, you never know. You strike gold, he could be great. You might get Cody Bellinger. That's sure. Yeah, that's fantastic, but you might not. Most young players don't burst on the scene like that. I mean, even Mike Trout struggled a little bit when he first got to the big league. So I don't know what they're going to do. I have no inside information, but I can tell you this: Carlos Gomez has been really valuable, and depending on what kind of deal he would want, I certainly think that the Rangers will go down that road and see if they can make it work, because he's been good here for this club.
1-2 on Gallo.
The other thing, of course, Mike Napoli is a free agent at the end of the year, so you ask yourself, what is this man right here going to be doing next year? Adrian Beltre still has a year left. Got to believe the Rangers would like to see him retire as a Ranger. If for some reason first base were to open up, that could end up being Joey Gallo's position. I guess you go into free agency, you say, what do I got a better chance of getting, a left fielder or a first baseman?
Splits the right side. Gomez rounds the bag at third. Calhoun's throw on a bounce. Not in time. Gomez slides across. Gallo drives him in. And the Rangers get that run right back. 3-1 Texas.
With a rare single from Joey Gallo. We were talking about how he's got all these home runs. Not a lot of singles. 37 home runs to 22 singles now on the season. But this was a big one for Joey Gallo. You see the four-seam fastball grip there from Ricky Nolasco. He tried to elevate on Gallo. He couldn't get it up underneath the bat like he had hoped, and Gallo hits that hard ground ball into right field, and Carlos Gomez runs the bases extremely well. A lot of energy in the head-first slide, well ahead of the throw and the tag here from Maldonado.
Now here is Napoli. All-time OPS against the Angels. Napoli right at the top of the list. Of course, Napoli broke into the big leagues with the Angels.
It's got to feel pretty good, right? Former employer sticking it to him a little bit over the course of his career.
Think about how his career has evolved. He's now with Texas for the 3rd time. It's hard to remember the days of Napoli as the Angels catcher.
And he looked a lot different too. You go back and you look at some of those pictures and it's almost unrecognizable. Hard to believe it's the same guy.
He has given a lot of credit, though, to his upbringing in the Angel system, specifically to how he runs the bases. Napoli is somebody who obviously is not a burner, but you talk to anybody around the game, they will routinely mention his name, one of the best base runners in the game. And he said that was something that he learned coming up, developed by the Angels, something that was a huge emphasis in that organization. Simmons at shortstop curls in a couple of steps. There's out number 1. We go back to Los Angeles. Mike Hill with the game break.
The second baseman, Odor.
You sound the alarm, right?
They could lose their way to that division title, I think, this year, the way that the Dodgers are playing. Headed to their 5th straight National League West title. There they are. Look at that monster lead. Do you
remember when it was a 3-team race in the West? Rockies, Diamondbacks,
yep,
and Dodgers. I mean, it was actually competitive for a while.
And it's not like the Diamondbacks and the Rockies are playing bad baseball. You saw it right there. The Arizona Diamondbacks are 22 games over 500. But 15.5 back in the division. The Dodgers have been something special this year. A lot of talk about whether or not they could match the Seattle Mariners record. Most wins in a season there, the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Rockies, we get a little bit nervous right now. And a lot of people have talked about after they got off to their great start, would they come back to earth with some of that young pitching? The Milwaukee Brewers are starting to put some pressure on the Rockies.
Two and one to Odor.
We were talking about Joey Gallo earlier and his, how much he's moved around this year. Left field, third base, first base. Of course, he could always DH too. That's a real asset come off-season time, right? You start to go into like almost, okay, if you know you're going to sign somebody or trade whatever it may be, go for best available. It's not like you're locked into one position, right? You find a left fielder, you can put Joey Gallo at first base. You always have the option if he's got to play third if Adrian Beltre has any more injuries. So there's a lot of value in that. We talk about it more and more. Ben Zobrist's one of the first, really good utility guys that can hit. And the idea of playing multiple positions, all that does is increase your value with an organization. And of course, every time I say that, I say it a lot here. People are always quick to remind me, don't forget Mark McLemore. Played a lot of different positions, and he could hit, and I never would want to insult Mac. But you see, I think it's just the utility guy, not Joey Gallo's not a utility guy, but guys that could hit and play multiple positions, they're just starting to get a little bit more credit. Big organizations really starting to value that.
Hit and run on. 2-2 on Odor. It really is amazing with the value that you just described for a player to be able to play multiple spots. How many times we see or hear of particularly a young player who is resistant to the idea of playing more than one position.
That costs you some big league time, even at the amateur levels. Right? Everybody wants a kid to play shortstop. Put them wherever you want. I just want to learn all, at least multiple positions, and ultimately your high school coaches, if you're fortunate enough to play in college and even more fortunate to play professionally, they're actually going to tell you where you're going to play. You don't get to decide, so you might as well learn them. I think Alex Bregman's a good example of that, right? Shortstop, of course, he's not going to play shortstop with Carlos Correa, so they slide him over to third base. He becomes an excellent third baseman. Correa goes down. He goes back and plays shortstop. He's been doing very well for the Houston Astros.
Sounds like Correa's coming back tomorrow, by the way. One out, one on. Gallo takes off again. This is smoked foul. Correa missing so much time with the ligament injury in his thumb. That's something that the Astros were really hoping would heal over the All-Star break and did not.
By the way, you saw Joey Gallo taking off there, the athleticism. 7 for 7 this year. You mentioned Mike Napoli, how he's very good at running the bases despite the fact that he's not a burner. Joey Gallo is that guy as well. He runs obviously a little bit better, a lot younger. But for a big guy, he picks his spots. He's been very efficient with the stolen bases.
Keep an eye on him. Gallo reaching base on the RBI single into right field. Again. Smothered by Crone, throws from a knee. Simmons back to first, not in time. Odor able to hustle it out.
What a nice play here by C.J. Crone at first base as he takes his ground ball here. This is not an easy play. Dives to his right, throws from his knee. For a right-handed thrower, that is extremely difficult. Then he gets back up. It's back to the bag. Watch him here to his right, on his knee, and also throwing that ball sidearm. But watch this too. Watch his foot. That could have been really dangerous. He hit the top of the bag, and then his foot slid off. Well, he wasn't even on the bag when he caught this ball. Did you see him come back and try to step on first base? Looked like he might have caught Rougned Odor's toe there a little bit. But luckily for both of those guys, they avoided potential injury.
2 outs for Chirinos. Now the first pitch lifts this out to right field. Playable for Cole Calhoun. And that'll do it in the 4th. We go to the 5th. Rangers have the lead. Strikes to Hartford strikes back with small business insurance. And by Falcon Tires, the official tire of Major League Baseball. Very pleasant night here in the Metroplex. Happy you're with us here this evening. Rangers and Angels from inside Globe Life Park. Aaron Goldsmith, CJ Nikowski, our entire FS1 crew. Bottom third of the order due up for the Angels. It begins with Luis Valbuena. A.J. Griffin, tonight's starter for the Rangers, was in complete command of this game over the first 3 innings. had faced the minimum 9 up, 9 down, then stumbled in the fourth. 30 pitches to get 3 outs in that fourth inning, giving up the first run, the first hit of the game by the Angels.
And those behind here too always done a nice job throwing strikes. 67% strikes for him, 76% with the curveball.
Chirinos a little bit up the first base line for the out. Well, next Saturday, Major League Baseball is on Fox. All rise for the judge. The Yankees face Elvis Andrews and these Rangers in an American League slugfest. Or watch the Orioles battle the Indians. Check out your local listings. It's all next Saturday at 12:30 Eastern on Fox. Indians winning 9 in a row. I want to talk about a sneaky good pickup. CJ at the deadline this year. How about Tim Beckham?
50 hits in August. 50.
Leading everybody.
The second closest actually is in the ballpark tonight. Elvis Andrews had 43 hits in the month of August, but Tim Beckham has been a huge boost there. Of course, they've been waiting on J.J. Hardy, who's been hurt. They had Ruben Tejada playing short for a little while. He wasn't doing very well, and so you're right. That was a very sneaky pickup. Put him in a lineup that was already unbelievably dangerous. The Baltimore Orioles, I think, will have a good chance at hanging in there and a legitimate shot to win a wild card. They got the great bullpen. Some question marks in the rotation. It's kind of been the story there with Baltimore for a while, but that lineup is unbelievably dangerous.
And you'll see them next Saturday in Cleveland.
That should be a good matchup.
2-2 on Crone. Fouled off the hands. Crone, a 5-game hitting streak, a strikeout his earlier at bat tonight. All 4 of the strikeouts tonight from Griffin. The finishing pitch has been that curveball, anywhere between 65 to 66 miles an hour. Right on cue at 64. I'm going to go down to the field with Ken Rosenthal. Ken, Mike Scioscia getting some very good news on his rotation.
Aaron, very important development today for the Angels. Garrett Richards threw about 40 pitches in the bullpen, aired it out pretty good, told me afterward that he felt fine, ready to go. Now, he may only be able to go 3 to 4 innings in his first start, whether it comes Monday or Tuesday. Remember, he has pitched only once this season, first week of April, then has been out with nerve irritation in his right biceps. But he said he should be able, by the end of the month, to build up to 100 pitches. So if the Angels make the wild card game, their ace, Garrett Richards, could be the starter.
Well, it's remarkable, Ken, to think about, and CJ, where this Angels team would be if they had Trout for the full season and they had Garrett Richards for the full season. Aren't many sinkers in the game like that of Garrett Richards.
No, it's a power arm. Remember, too, when they lost him, to that knee injury a couple of years ago, the Angels still went on to win the division because of the great offense that they had. But you're right. Of course, you want all of your guys, and that is a difference maker in the rotation.
Another curve, another punch out. 6 strikeouts, all on the hook. bottom of the 5th inning here in Arlington. Now, this is one thing that the Angels have not seen much of the last few days. That is a starting pitcher get beyond the 3rd inning, if you can believe it.
Now, length has been an issue in the starting rotation for Mike Sosa's club. He talked about it prior to the game with some exhales in between as he was kind of listing off what has gone on lately for them. So he's probably thrilled to even get 4 innings here so far out of Nolasco.
Tyler Skaggs last night 2 innings. Parker Bridwell the night before 3. Troy Scribner 3 games ago 2 2/3. And the bullpen is active.
Kirker and Chavez up right now, double barrels, the lefty and the righty, and probably just gives you an idea of where Mike Sosa is and say, okay, yeah, 4 innings has been great, but he's not going to let Ricky Nolasco get into much trouble here in the 5th.
He has not had a clean inning.
That's kind of the advantage too that September gives you. Of course, you can go to expanded rosters if you want to have 40 guys. You can. You want to have 12 relievers in your pen. You certainly can. They have 10 down there right now for the Angels. And there most of them are.
And standing room only in most bullpens this time of the year. 2-2 out of Shields beginning the home 5th.
As much as we talk about fly balls in the game right now, launch angle right's been a hot topic of conversation all year. Delino DeShields is the opposite of that. He can jump ship on you a little bit and he'll try to drive the ball out of the ballpark, but when he hits the ball on the ground, when he can use the speed to his advantage, that is when he is at his best. .436 batting average for him when he hits the ball on the ground.
He reaches for the 2nd time on ball 4. Leadoff man aboard for Shin-Soo Choo. Choo a double and a ground out tonight. First pitch strike.
See Ricky Nolasco really taking his time trying to mix up and interrupt the timing of Delino DeShields. Choo has hit into 16 double plays this year. So the idea of getting Delino DeShields on the move, I'm sure something Jeff Bannister is thinking about. .27 for 32 stolen base attempts for Delino DeShields this year. He's been fantastic running the bases for the Rangers.
One ball and 1 strike to Choo. As the clock really begins to tick on Nolasco. Upton curls in front of the track. Calls off Trout, makes the catch. There's out number 1. Keeps the Shields at first base. Brings up Elvis Andrews. It has been a fascinating almost 2 full seasons, CJ, for Elvis Andrews. This year batting just over 300. We've mentioned how he's been one of the best offensive shortstops in the game this year. You think about his numbers last year, which were nearly the same. This year is on pace to be even better. But for the years prior to that, this was not a guy who was thought of as one of the top offensive shortstops whatsoever in baseball. But he really turned a corner starting last season.
He certainly did. He led all shortstops in on-base percentage, probably something that most people didn't realize because the conversations were about Carlos Correa, Francisco Lindor, Xander Bogaerts, those guys just in the American League alone. But Elvis Andrews did a nice job last year. The power game is what's new. 16 home runs for him this year. Well, he set a career high a year ago with 8. But he has since doubled that up. So the power game has become a very important part here for Elvis Andrus. And, you know, he's still only 28 years old. I say only, but that's prime years.
Sure.
And people will talk about this all the time. You talk to hitting coaches and managers and people that have been around. The power is usually the last thing to come. Elvis Andrus was always a good hitter, but now the power has really stepped up for him here as of late.
Ken, what else can you add to the Elvis Andrus story?
Well, picking up on what CJ said, it's amazing because of Andrus' age. He already has more than 1,400 hits. Now, it probably is a reach to suggest he could get to 3,000, but just turned 29 years old. He's been in the major leagues ever since the Rangers promoted him at age 20 in April 2009, has never gone on the DL. The other interesting thing about Andrus right now is his long-term future with the Rangers. He can opt out after either the 2018 season or the 2019 season. He'll be 30 or 31, and free agency is going to be tempting for him if he keeps this up because his offensive turnaround, as you guys said, has been remarkable.
Rangers signing into that long-term extension a number of years ago. He's been a different player, bottom line, starting last season. DeShields still at first, and on the hands ties him up.
Good two-seamer there from Nolasco. Some good life. He finds himself in that tough 2-0 count and starts that pitch right down the middle. Elvis Andrus looking for a fastball, took the big swing, but one of the better fastballs we've seen tonight from Nolasco.
Pitch misses. Down to second base. DeShields is safe. His 28th.
This one I don't even think was that close. You see it there for Delino DeShields. Pretty good jump here, but the speed is really, you see him just kind of put it into that next gear about halfway through. Puts a lot of pressure on Maldonado. You talked about that pop time, how good he has been over the course of his career. Delino DeShields is just too quick.
Only the 4th steal all season against Nolasco. And tonight is making his 28th start.
Goes back to that two-seamer again. We saw it in the 2-0 count there again in the 3-1 count. Good fastball hitting counts for Elvis Andrus. But Nolasco has really executed some good two-seam fastballs in those spots.
Pitch number 90 coming up for Nolasco. Strike 3 call. Andrus thinking he took ball 4. He's got a couple of words for Marvin Hudson, tonight's home plate umpire. He's pretty hot about it.
Yeah, some frustration there for Elvis Andrus, who has been so good with runners in scoring position. When he sees Delino DeShields out there, he's thinking, I want to get this run in now. He probably has a pretty good argument. If anything, might have caught that corner. It's a good job by Maldonado. Just a little bit of movement to give the home plate umpire Marvin Hudson a look at it. But Elvis Andrus believed that pitch was a ball.
2 outs, good speed at second base into DeShields. Here is Mazzara.
That's part of it too. You grind out that at bat the way that Elvis Andrus did in that spot. Gets himself to a full count, missed those 2 fastballs in the 2-1 and the 3-1 count. Then you feel like you take ball 4. You feel like, oh yeah, I know, tough at bat, but I got the walk, and then you get rung up. And big frustration for Elvis Andrus, who's been such a big part of this Rangers offense this year.
Although it's kind of funny to talk about this with a sense of pride, Nolasco is trying to go a full 5 here tonight at 92 pitches.
Let's take you back to April when Nomar Mazara had an opportunity to face Ricky Nolasco. Take a look at this bomb. Fastball up. And Nomar Mazara really is kind of an all-around hitter. He uses the field well to drive the ball to right field. as well as he will to left, but it was a bomb in Anaheim earlier this season.
That's one of 4 home runs Velasco has given up to the Rangers in 3 previous starts this year. The 1-2. Upton comes in on it in left field. Velasco completes 5 innings. A runner is left. We go to the 6th. Rangers have the lead. AJ Griffin back up on the mound to work things in the 6th. They'll face the top third of the order. It begins with Brandon Phillips.
Well, AJ Griffin now getting ready to go through this order. 3rd time around for him, and usually talk about that being kind of a danger area for starting pitchers, but look at AJ Griffin. This is his batting average against. 3rd time through has actually been his best time through, just .230 at opponent's batting average.
We've seen a ton of this. Weak pop-ups. Andrews handles this easily. 1 down. How about we check in once again with Mike Hill in Los Angeles with another game break. Mike, what's going on?
Center fielder Mike Trout.
It's incredible stuff.
Yes. The pace that he is on, enjoying some unbelievable record-setting pace for him with these home runs. And for Philadelphia Phillies fans, not a lot to cheer about this year, but as they watch the rebuild kind of unfold, they are certainly thrilled with what they have seen from their young rookie.
1 out, 1 ball, and 1 strike to Mike Trout, who doubled and scored back in the 4th. Time call.
Those pop-ups that you were talking about, the weak ones, it's almost like there's such a big break in that curveball. The guys are almost beating the ball as it's coming down. They're swinging up a lot, just not hitting it very hard.
Trout drives this out to right center field. Short hops the wall. Gomez makes the throw in. Trout with his 2nd double, 2 for 3. And that .329 batting average continues to climb a tick or 2.
Right on cue. Talk about guys not hitting the curveball. A.J. Griffin actually goes back to a fastball. It's a two-seamer there. Mike Trout puts a nice swing on that pitch, as he so often does, but showing great power as well to right center field. Ball had some carry on. It looked like it might have had a chance to get out, but it goes off the wall, and it's an easy stand-up double for Trout.
20th this season, his second tonight. He's in scoring position for Upton.
It feels like he just wants to put on a show for Ken Rosenthal. A couple of doubles, and we may or may not make the playoffs, he says, as the Angels, but
I saw Trout approach Ken during warm-ups tonight.
So 116 games. That would be the lowest ever by an MVP.
Upton has got some pretty big pop. 28 home runs on the season. Represents the tie-in run at the plate. Up the middle, Odor behind the bag at second. There is out number 2.
Let's take you to the Falcon grip the moment here for tonight. And it is the grip of A.J. Griffin on this curveball, and he has had a lot of fun with this pitch tonight. A lot of these Angels hitters spinning themselves in the ground and going back to the dugout saying, how did I just miss 65 miles an hour? Well, it is the great spin on that curveball, the depth to that pitch for A.J. Griffin. All of his strikeouts, 6 of them so far tonight, have come via the curveball. That slow curveball from A.J. Griffin.
He's working with Trout at third base now, 2 down, facing Pujols for the 3rd time. I mentioned those numbers a moment ago. Griffin 3rd time through the order. First thing that came to mind is Griffin probably hasn't faced the order the 3rd time through all that many times this year. He's missed a lot of time on the disabled list. Does have a complete game under his belt, but is there any way of explaining why that is the case? Why he's been better 3rd time through?
Not really, you know, because the thing is that he's not a stuff guy, right? Not overpowering stuff, not overpowering fastball, and the game plan is pretty simple, but it's so good when it's on. You mentioned that complete game that he threw against the San Diego Padres, a shutout. If he's executing, it's just tough for guys to adjust to because it is so slow.
Now for more on A.J. Griffin, Ken?
Aaron, this is a classic example today of why baseball is so great. I came into the day thinking this might be A.J. Griffin's last start ever as a Ranger. Remember, the Rangers just acquired Miguel Gonzalez. He's going to move into the rotation. Probably in place of Griffin is what I thought, maybe in place of Nick Martinez. And keep in mind also that Griffin is eligible for arbitration this offseason, so he's a guy that might be non-tendered. Remember, he had a 5.26 ERA coming into today, and here he is, middle of a pennant race, shutting down the Angels.
Yeah, pretty remarkable stuff. It really is. You can see the reaction from Pujols after that last curve. This time Griffin dials it up to 82. As we were just talking about, Kenny was just talking about Miguel Gonzalez. Spending some time on the disabled list, some significant time this year with the White Sox, but pitching well. His last 5 starts, you can see, is step 2.
I think that's part of it. Trying to get a guy that is hot right now, potentially to help out. Tyson Ross has already been moved to the bullpen. As you take a look at Gonzalez there talking with Andrew Kashner.
Pujols waits back on a curve, fouls it off.
So just trying to acquire some pitching help. Martin Perez right there as well. 3 members of the rotation. We'll see what the Rangers ultimately decide to do, but A.J. Griffin has stepped up in a big way tonight. Ken talked about maybe this was an important start for him, trying to hold on to his spot in the rotation. Well, he's making a statement.
Activity inside the bullpen. Paulo Espino. Do you have to have a beard to be in this rotation?
Facial hair required.
And for Kashner, can you ever believe that there was a time, a brief period of time with the Marlins where he actually went beardless?
I do remember that.
It was
didn't look right.
I don't think Andrew was too happy. Team policy, though. Right back up the middle and past Odor. Griffin Almost had his cap taken off. Pujols drives in another run. He's driven in both. Both times it has been Mike Trout to score. And the Angels are now within a run.
This is Albert Pujols again, and a slow curveball again. That's what he got his last base hit on. He does a good job of just keeping that ball in the middle of the field. See how high that pitch is. Watch A.J. Griffin here. That ball came very close to getting him as he gets out of the way. And then Ruben Odor took a shot at it. Remember, Pujols does not run well at all. So had Odor been able to come up with that ball, even though that was an extremely tough play, there was a decent chance that he would have been able to throw Pujols out.
And I'm a Bannister sticking with Griffin. 96 pitches now.
That's the body language test, right? Not so much about the conversation for Jeff Bannister, but he wants to get a read on A.J. Griffin, probably deliver a message as well. He's been impressed with what his right-hander has done so far tonight, and got to believe Jeff Bannister would love to see A.J. Griffin finish off this inning, but he wanted to get a look in his eyes a little bit, get a read for the body language, make sure the confidence is where it still needs to be.
Facing Cole Calhoun. Mike Scioscia very adamant today that the overall season numbers that you see there for Calhoun not representative of his overall contributions this season. But by the numbers, this has been a down year for Calhoun, who's been such a, you can even make the case, an under the radar contributor for the Angels. But those who see him on a regular basis know his value to Mike Scioscia and to the Angels, both offensively and defensively.
I would agree. I've always liked Cole Calhoun from afar, watching him play. Plays the game hard. You can move him around in a lineup, different spots. He's a good player.
This is really the first time in a while that it has not been Calhoun, Trout, Pujols locked in every day for the Angels.
A little bit of a different look here, especially now since they've made those changes. But you mentioned, of course, Maben was here earlier this year, hitting near and at the top of the order. Now you bring in Brandon Phillips. Cole Calhoun has some power. Be careful with that.
Now 3-1. Griffin at 100 pitches has been there only once before this year. That was the complete game shutout against the Padres way back in early May. 2-on. 2-out walk to Calhoun. He walked for the second time, and that is it. Bannister called it on Paulo Espino to come out of the bullpen. He will inherit the tying run at second base. The go ahead at first will step aside. Here in the top of the 6th. Well, join Major League Baseball in its efforts to help victims of the devastation caused by Hurricane Harvey by visiting redcross.org, by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS, or by texting Harvey to 90999 to donate $10. Interesting move here. A.J. Griffin done after 5 2/3, 101 pitches. Paulo Espino making his Rangers debut. He's a 30-year-old rookie out of Panama. Only 6 previous major league outings, all coming this year with Milwaukee.
He's in a big spot in his debut here with the Rangers, facing Andrelton Simmons, with a potential tying run on second base in Albert Pujols. Doesn't throw very hard. A fastball sit 88 to 89 miles an hour. He'll throw a changeup, slider, and curveball.
Simmons happy to see somebody besides Griffin 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts against the Rangers starter. He looks at strike 1.
And sees another curveball. That went a little firmer at 73 miles an hour, but still slow for a breaking pitch.
Nothing in 2. Scatters some guys inside the Rangers dugout, rather. Martin Perez,
the new guy. Miguel Gonzalez almost looked like he might have got hit.
Espino ahead 0-2. Time call. Espino making a couple of starts this year for the Brewers. His 0-2 to Simmons. Bends him back.
It's a really good 0-2 pitch in that spot. Andrelton Simmons is a hard swinger in that spot, probably looking for something out over the plate below the zone, so he's leaning out over the plate. Espino does a nice job of running that fastball up and in to get Andrelton Simmons uncomfortable.
Pujols to tie and run at second. Inside again. Well, the Angels have just been remarkable this year, coming from behind. You can see their 24 one-run wins, 39 come from behind wins, and some of those from huge margins. 9 when trailing by at least 4. Two on, 2 out. And Espino's 2-2. Gloved out to left field. But playable for Delano to Shields in front of the track. He puts it away. And Espino in his Rangers debut strands a couple of runners. The Rangers lead the Angels 3-2. Albert Pujols has driven in both Angels runs. He has driven in Mike Trout both times. He's doubled twice. And for Carlos Gomez, who leads off this inning, a home run, a double, and Delano DeShields swipes his 28th bag on the year. Nolasco back out there. It's a swinging strike one.
I mentioned it last inning, and now Nolasco getting the opportunity to go out here in the 6th inning. Mike Sosa must be thrilled what he has seen here from his right-hander as he gets ready to deliver his 96th pitch of the night. I feel like we could say that about a lot of these American League wild card teams, right?
Absolutely.
They can get consistent starting pitching, right? It seems like it's always going back to the starting pitching because a lot of those teams just have a lot of question marks in their rotations.
Nolasco's 1-2. Evens up the count. Nolasco steps off. Chavez and Gurka still warming inside the Angels bullpen. Strike 3 called. Gomez not too pleased. Borderline strike going the way of Ricky Nolasco. We'll go back to Los Angeles and Mike Hill with the game break. Mike. All right, thank you, Mike. That is an ugly score unless you're a Twins fan. Our updated American League wild card standings. Yankees winning today. Twins certainly appears as though they are onto their 71st win. Angels a game and a half back. Rangers 3 games back of Minnesota. 1-1.
Good change up there from Nolasco. That has been a pitch against right-handed pitchers that has been an issue for Joey Gallo. Just a 132 batting average against the right-handed changeup this season. Nolasco throw. You see the depth on that pitch. It's more of a split finger. We call it a splitter, the way it's kind of classified. It's not the true split where it has the big break, but kind of that in-between hybrid pitch that a lot of pitchers will throw. There it is again.
Back-to-back strikeouts.
Those 3 changeups or split fingers, whatever you want to call it, in a row. From Ricky Nolasco to Joey Gallo. Here is the final one. Starts out a strike, finishes below the zone. That is a nasty pitch when it is on to left-handed hitters.
At the beginning of this game, we mentioned that Ricky Nolasco was looking for his first quality start in almost exactly a month. His last 5 starts in ERA just north of 6. 1 out away from a quality start here tonight in Texas. And maybe the most alarming thing, Nolasco, those last 5 starts, an opposing OPS of .933.
If he can get through 6 innings and only allow 1 home run to this Texas Rangers team, that would certainly be an accomplishment for Ricky Nolasco. We mentioned it during the Open. The Rangers leading Major League Baseball in home runs hit. Nolasco, the home run has been an issue for him. Nearly 2 home runs per 9 innings allowed this season.
Napoli ahead in the count. Always a home run threat, 28 on the season.
talked about keys to the game earlier about the Texas Rangers going deep. Well, they're holding on to a 3-2 lead right now, but Nolasco has done a nice job. We were kind of in the college football mood with things getting kicked off the last couple of days. More college football here on FS1. We got to be careful. I kind of got to count on you a little bit when I start throwing some football jargon around. Really get out of my lane.
Oh no.
It's a hard left right back in.
Here comes the 3-1 to Napoli. A walk to extend the inning. Napoli aboard for the first time tonight. Along those lines, tomorrow it's a special night of college football right here over on Fox. A great matchup as the SEC takes on the Pac-12. Josh Rosen of the Bruins welcome Texas A&M to the Rose Bowl. College football kicks off a special night, 7 Eastern on Fox. A couple of star quarterbacks in Los Angeles. Josh Rosen, Sam Darnold. That is it for Nolasco. A walk ends his night after back-to-back strikeouts. We've got a pitching change here at the bottom of the 6th. Nolasco, and it brings out Jesse Chavez, one of the ultimate swingmen in the game the last couple of years.
Yeah, not a fun role, but certainly one that he has excelled in. He's been very useful over the years. This year, you see the 29 games pitched for him. 21 of those are starts for Chavez this year, and gives you an idea what this bullpen is like right now, that they're going to go to a righty in a tight game to get the lefty Odor out. Look at Odor's splits, 159 batting average against lefties, 230 against righties. Overall, you see the numbers there with the 27 home runs, but there's only a couple of lefties down in that Angel bullpen, and for Mike Sosa, a little bit more confident in the veteran right-hander in this spot.
Well, Chavez, one of the few Angels relievers who did not pitch last night. A marathon 9-inning game. 4 hours and 33 minutes. The longest 9-inning game in both Angels and Rangers history.
Third longest all time. Longest ever for a 9-inning game that didn't go to the bottom of the 9th. It was a long one.
You remember it fondly?
Yeah. It was not long ago.
The 1-1.
Interesting, too, for Jesse Chavez, even splits for him. 267 against lefties this year. 268 as far as the batting average goes against righties. The on-base percentage is right there. Slightly higher slugging against righties, but he has allowed 9 home runs to lefties this year. And of course, we know Odor's got some pretty good power.
2 outs, Napoli at first. Rangers by a run, bottom of the 6th. Crush, but foul. I think the rest of the Rangers are just hoping that Odor leaves some pine tar for everybody else.
It's when him and Robinson Cano, they are keeping the pine tar companies in business.
Fouls off another 1-2 pitch. Now, do you feel better about yourself as a pitcher when the result of your pitch is concussion protocol?
Yeah.
We see Odor just
anytime you can get a hitter
lash the helmet.
frustrated. Yeah, because you know they're thinking, right? A little bit angry. Just, you know, you hope it's that guy that will take himself out of his game a little bit. It's okay if I throw a change up here, maybe just off the plate. Will he spin himself into the ground because he's extra angry right now? These are things you got to learn.
Strike 3 call. Odor not pleased. Caught looking. Napoli stranded. We go to the 7th.
This inning is the big green egg smoke.
MLB.tv every night, every device. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live, plus get a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. New pitcher up on the hill for the Rangers, working for the 2nd straight day. Jake Diekman, coming back from ulcerative colitis, 3 surgeries. And you look at this Rangers bullpen, which has been depleted at times this season. They have been without Diekman, who was really the prime 8th inning man and a lefty who can, when he's been healthy, whip it up there 96 to 98. This is a big piece missing for Jeff Bannister all season until now.
Yeah, and you think about the bullpen struggles, especially early in the season for the Texas Rangers. You know, trying to figure out who was going to close. Sam Dyson got off to a really slow start, and Matt Bush became the closer. Jake Diekman certainly would have been a guy who would have gotten an opportunity. They absolutely missed him this year. Such a dangerous guy, too, as you see the Rangers, the bullpen through July 1st, 16 blown saves. That was the most in Major League Baseball, but got it together as of late, and they are thrilled to have Jake Diekman back on the mound. Not only is it a big arm, you mentioned the velocity and how hard he throws and the good slider that he has, but it's a crossfire too. Across his body, makes it very difficult for left-handed hitters to hang in there. Very similar to Andrew Miller in the build. Fastball slider across the body.
For more on the importance of Diekman, Ken, what can you add?
Well, Aaron, this is not just a great comeback story, but for the Rangers, a necessary comeback story. Matt Bush on the DL, Keone Kela on the DL. There is not a lot of swing and miss coming out of that bullpen right now. The Rangers 10th in the American League, their bullpen, with an average of 8.36 strikeouts per 9 inning, 8.36. Now you contrast that with the Astros. They lead the league. They're getting nearly 11 strikeouts per 9 out of their bullpen. So Diekman, because of his stuff, can be an instrumental guy down the stretch.
I can see what he did last night. Thank you, Ken. The comeback it has been for Diekman. Well, Buena pops this off the hands, and it dies on the track.
An emotional night for him as well. All the surgeries that he had gone through, the battle, and he's a team guy first. You can tell by the way that he talks, what he says. He knows how badly this team needed him, and it was one of those deals where the Rangers had to make sure he wasn't overdoing it, and we have that conversation a lot about protecting players from themselves. That's a good thing from the player side, even though they want to be out there. That's where the organization has to step in and making sure that they're thinking what is best for the player, as opposed to thinking what is best for the team. And Jake Diekman made it all the way back, and as Ken said, not just a feel-good story, but a really important one for a team that is trying to find themselves locking down a wild card spot.
Odor comes in. Underhand long flip on number 1.
Here's what he did last night, jogging in from the bullpen, a nice ovation from the crowd. You can't tell from the outside that the energy was there because threw the ball well, hitting spots, didn't overthrow it all, but he did a really nice job of controlling those emotions, executing some pitches. They put him right in the fire too. That was the other thing. Came in with some runners on base in a really big spot and answered the bell and did a very nice job.
This has been one of the incredible things with the Rangers this year. We bring it up not only because right now it's a one-run game, but also because you talk to managers around the game and they will probably all say the same thing. One-run games, your successes or your failures come down to two things in particular: defense and your bullpen. And you look at what the Rangers did last year. Not only were they the best team in one-run games in the majors last season, it was historically the best season ever in one-run contests for Jeff Bannister. And this year they are at the very bottom, last, as you saw in baseball, in games decided by a run. It is incredible the swing from one year to the next. And with Diekman not being a part of that bullpen, you have to imagine that factors into the failures in some part this season for the Rangers.
Oh, no doubt that was part of it. And then not having the 2016 version of Sam Dyson. It was just a completely different guy in the beginning of this season, unfortunately. So they really missed that from him. He wasn't getting the swings and misses that they were used to seeing. That sinker just seemed to be a little bit off. So no Diekman, no Sam Dyson from a year ago. That pushed some ups and downs, although he has been really good as of late before he had gotten hurt. Kela has been on the DL a couple of times this season, didn't break camp with the team. They really missed that arm as well. So a little bit of a different feel, but they continue to battle and try to piece it together. Some guys have emerged, like Jose Leclerc, out of that bullpen this year. That's it, right? Consistency from the bullpen. It's tough to get from year to year. And even Aroldis Chapman feeling it this season.
You're right.
That is shocking to see. Alex Claudio there on the right. Ricky Rodriguez. Alex Claudio has filled a huge role for this team.
One of the most unique relievers in many ways. Cuts right through 96. Throwing over 3 punch outs.
Well, you're right on Claudio. It's fun to watch. But let's take a look here at this 3-2 pitch from Jake Diekman, elevating the fastball 96 miles an hour. CJ Cron could not lay off of it. Ball jumps on him, and that is some excellent work of slow motion.
There was Maldonado 0 for his last 13.
Let's finish up that thought real quick on Alex Claudio. He's got the funky changeup. It's kind of like a sidearm lefty version of AJ Griffin, where he does something that's just very unique. Fastball sits around 86, 87. But he's become the closer of this team, but he's also been a multiple inning guy. He even made a start this year. You don't see sidearm lefties getting starts. He made his first start and got his first save within 4 days. He's been a utility pitcher.
Well, at last look, is the only reliever in the game this year to pitch in all 9 innings. Think about that.
That is amazing. Jeff Bannister said probably would like to stay away from Claudio tonight if possible.
Gallo can't field it cleanly at all. And with 2 outs, Maldonado is aboard. A hop that eats up Joey Gallo at third base. A 2-out error that sends the Angels back to the top of the order, and the tying run is at first.
Now this was that in-between hop, and you see Joey Gallo as he moves to his left and tried to play it back as opposed to coming out. You know, you decide ultimately how you're going to play that hop. And so Joey Gallo decided to play it the long way, and then unfortunately could not field that ball cleanly. Keeps things alive here in the 7th inning for the Angels.
Brandon Phillips for the 4th time. Fouls off the first pitch.
Brandon Phillips has done a nice job against left-handed pitching this year. Came in tonight with that batting average just over 300 at 301. 288 against the righties, but that's interesting. The way that his night has gone with the 3 flyouts and some weak flyouts. Would he rather face the lefty throwing 95 to 97 or the righty with the 65-mile-an-hour curveball? I'm not sure, but a different look is probably a good thing for Brandon Phillips.
0-2. Phillips and Upton playing in their 2nd game with the Angels, making their debut last night in Game 1 of the series. 2 huge positions of need for the Angels, second base and left field.
To be able to solve those issues in the month of August with some name players, you know, guys have had some. I mean, that is incredible. They did an excellent job here. The Angels did, and Billy Epler getting that done. There's Justin Upton, their new left fielder. Brandon Phillips, their second baseman. That is not an easy thing to do. Now you can do it maybe with one guy, got a contract that a team is trying to get rid of. But these are still contributors, especially Upton, obviously still in his prime, having a great season. But Brandon Phillips, even at 36, is still a big-time contributor on both sides of the ball.
Angels second baseman posted the lowest OPS among their peers in the majors. And it began with Danny Espinosa at second base, later released. Gallo fields this one cleanly, throws down to Odor, and that ends the top of the 7th. Time to stretch. Rangers by a run. going further so you can. And by Budweiser, proudly brewed across America. This Bud's for you. Inside Globe Life Park here in Arlington, Texas. Rangers and the Angels. Texas leading by a run as we make our way to the bottom of the 7th inning. Rangers are beginning life for the second time this year without Adrian Beltre. Missed the start of the season with a calf injury. Now a very serious hamstring strain. You can see where he ranks all time. Of course, picking up his 3,000th career hit earlier this season, now 3,035. But he will likely, CJ, miss the rest of the regular season for the Rangers. Their best offensive contributor.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And the thing about Adrian Beltre, he's still playing at a very high level at age 38. This is not a guy, and you get a look at the injury and what happened the other night in Tampa. He felt it immediately, and a scary sight there to see what happened to Adrian Beltre. But this is not a guy who has been, maybe this is the wrong word to use, but limping toward these numbers, right? And it wasn't intentional. I apologize for that. But, I mean, that wasn't, you know, it's not, you know, we see guys that start to get to near 3,000 or whatever mark it may be, and they're just like, you know, it's like watching a Motley Crue concert 20 years later. I'm just like, ooh, they're not the same guy, right? But that's not the case. He has been a huge contributor, still plays excellent defense, an excellent hitter, uses the field extremely well, shows power. I mean, all of it. He is still playing at an unbelievable level, even though he's already gotten all those numbers, passing huge names on all these lists. He definitely will be missed. He's going to be here, obviously, but not the same when his name is not in the lineup.
Chirinos leads off the bottom of the 7th. 9-1-2 due up for Texas. Chavez took over for Ricky Nolasco in the 6th. Two balls and a strike. Chirinos 0 for 2 tonight, a strikeout and a fly out to right field.
Chirinos is really taking advantage of extended playing time. He was swinging such a good bat at the beginning of the season that he wasn't a legitimate true backup to Jonathan Lucroy. He was getting more playing time than your average backup. But since Jonathan Lucroy has been traded, he's hitting .333 with a .466 on base percentage.
I'll check in with Ken. And Ken, the story of Chirinos and just how he got to where he is in his career is pretty incredible.
It's rather amazing, actually. Here's a guy that for the first 7 years of his professional career did not catch. He was sort of a utility guy, and then in 2008, his 8th professional season, that's when he started catching. The Rangers acquired him in April of 2013. Even then, they saw him as more of a utility player. He had been designated for assignment by the Rays, and now he's the guy that you look at as a starting catcher. He was disappointed last season when the Rangers acquired Jonathan Lucroy, and at the start of this season, a number of Rangers players believed he needed to play more.
Escobar with a bare hand pickup to Shields. So quick. Valbuena make it. And the Shields wearing a smile. He's aboard for the 3rd time. Bunt base hit.
Well, this is Delino DeShields really showing off the wheels. A very good bunt for him. We talked about the speed getting down the line for a right-handed hitter. Always going to take a little bit longer. Valbuena, by the way, made a nice play. That was the best he was going to do in that spot. But Delino DeShields just too quick. You see him deaden the ball really well there off the end of the bat. Zero hesitation as he sprints down the line. 3.72 down the line there for Delino DeShields.
Brings up Chu. You know, Escobar continues to be on the disabled list for the Angels. Valbuena taking over at 3rd base, and there tonight. Now, hearing Ken talk about Chirinos reminds me, in not a full-on way, but a little bit, Yan Gomes. Before Yan was traded to the Indians, he was kind of a man without a true position with the Blue Jays, playing a little bit at 3rd base, a little bit in the outfield, and the Indians saw him immediately as a guy who could anchor that catching position for them. That quite as lengthy of a journey by any means as Chirinos.
It usually goes the opposite way, right? How many guys do you see actually become catchers? It's usually like, let's get you out from behind the plate. Maybe they need the bat, whatever the reason may be. But it usually goes in the opposite direction, not necessarily becoming a catcher later in your career, but as Mike Napoli has done, put that catching equipment away. I'm just going to rake instead. And play a very good first base. You talked about his base running. Terry Francona last year had him in Cleveland, liked him a lot as a first baseman too.
Chu rung up on 3 pitches. That's a big out number 1 for Jesse Chavez.
Saw Chavez paint a pitch away, a cutter to Rougned Odor at the end of the 6th inning, and here he comes back with a fastball 2-seamer right on the corner. Good looking pitch. Look at Maldonado. You always talk about the movement, and we talk about receiving and framing a lot. It's been a hot topic of conversation in the last couple of years. And the key to that, you can't have a lot of movement. I can't be like the Little League World Series where you catch the ball in the other batter's box and you move your arm all the way across. That's not receiving or framing. It's very subtle movements, and Maldonado did a really nice job on that fastball.
Strike 1 to Elvis Andrus.
Move too much, you'll hear it from umpires. I'll tell you, hey, no, it's too much movement, and it's obvious, and then the umpire get a little frustrated. They understand those guys are working and trying to steal strikes, but you don't want to tick an umpire off and lose pitches for your pitcher. The movement has to be quiet and simple.
The 1-1 from Chavez. Strike on the outside corner, 1-2.
You remember the frustration in Elvis Andrus at bat in the 5th inning when he was called out on strikes. It was an RBI situation with Delano DeShields on second base. Similar pitch there on the corner. Take a look at this one. Yeah, it's borderline. The pitch before was very close to that spot as well. Maldonado didn't move at all. That's the other thing. He didn't give it away. Our pitch tracks look like he had it off maybe a little bit. But because he didn't move, that tells me he probably thought it was a strike.
Way outside.
Mentioned it in his last at bat. Elvis Andrus very good in these spots. Runners in scoring position. He's hit .320. He really has been the guy that has stepped up with Adrian Beltre out of the lineup the first 2 months of the season. He was excellent. You got to believe he feels like he needs to be the guy now with Adrian down again.
Andrus this year has bounced to a team-leading 17 double plays. 2 on, 1 out. Maldonado, a long throw down to Simmons at second, keeping an eye on Chirinos. Meanwhile, a full count on Andrus. All kinds of conversation going on here with Chavez and company.
This becomes a very big pitch. You got a dangerous hitter in Elvis Andrus enjoying a career year, especially with the power. We talked about the 16 home runs, and you got a 1-run game. You talk about how do you win these 1-run games? So you have to come up big in big spots. That means both offensively, but on the pitching side right now, Jesse Chavez not making a mistake and trying to keep this game exactly where it is.
Chirinos at second, DeShields at first. The 3-2. Bases are loaded. Second walk this inning. Rangers have loaded the bases without putting a ball outside of the infield. Chavez still a ground ball away, a well-placed ground ball from getting out of this inning.
certainly has the defense to do it, especially up the middle. What they have here right now with the Angels, that new defense. Anderson Simmons still at short, of course, but Brandon Phillips at second.
First pitch coming to Mazzara. Rangers just 4 for 21 with runners in scoring position this series. Mazzara ahead 2-0. Nobody going in Socha's bullpen. Two and one.
That's a dangerous place to pitch Nomar Mazzara. Fastballs away. He has been very good. He's not afraid to use the whole field, even when he's ahead in the count. Fastballs middle away this year. Watch where this pitch is. They're trying to go down, but it pretty much is middle away. He's hitting .524 against righties when they put the fastball in that spot.
And on the hands this time, 2-2.
That is the spot that you will see a lot of righties go to on Nomar Mazzara. That's where he struggled a little bit more. Good fastballs in. And this is really odd against righties. A fastball's down and in. Doesn't have a hit there yet this year. Usually most lefties are very good down and in. But as I mentioned, he's really good going the other way, driving the ball to left center field. So he's got a little bit of a different approach. He is not a dead pull lefty that just likes that ball down and in.
And Mazzara has a chance to really open this one up. High chopper. Simmons cut of the grass, gets rid of it quickly. Phillips on to first base, not in time. They get one out of it. Chirinos crosses. It's now 4-2 Texas.
Well, I think Nomar Mazzara will take that in this spot. You see him there. Ball beat him a little bit, but he's able to hit the ball to the left side. And because he didn't hit it too hard, this is a near impossible double play to try and turn, and that didn't stop Brandon Phillips from at least trying. As you see Robinson Chirinos scoring the 4th run of the game here for the Rangers.
Runners on the corners, 2 outs. We've seen Gurka warming already tonight, back at it again. One of 2 lefties inside Socha's bullpen. Look at what the Rangers have done or have not done tonight offensively. I saw this a lot with Velasco. It looked like the Rangers were poised to really bust it open, and almost each time the Rangers had a big threat beginning to brew. Velasco or Chavez able to shut it down. See what happens here with Gomez, who's 2 hits tonight, a double and a homer. Looks at ball 1. Rangers have had men on base every inning. A healthy hack and a miss. Fernando Salas has begun to warm up as well for the Angels. The Shields at third, Mazzara at first. Ball and a strike to Gomez. Showing bunt.
Well, interesting there from Carlos Gomez, maybe trying to catch the defense off guard. Certainly a good runner. Carlos Gomez still is. 13 stolen bases on the year as Valbuena. Now playing even with the bag. I'm starting to go back there a couple of steps, but a good bunt certainly Would have led to another run for the Rangers.
Shoves it foul, 2-2. First at bat tonight, Carlos Gomez, his 17th on the season.
See it there. Off-speed pitch down. Not a terrible pitch. Carlos Gomez taking the big swing, and for the Rangers, just happy to have him healthy. A couple of trips on the DL this year, hamstring. Right assist over his right shoulder. Would have slowed him down, but certainly appears to be back now.
25th pitch of the inning gets fouled off as Mazzara was taken off.
Wonder what the Angels would do. Maldonado just hopped out in front of home plate, gave those signs first and third situation with Mazzara going. He's a very dangerous runner on third base with Delano DeShields. I almost wonder if they would concede that stolen base to Nomar Mazzara, because if he gets in any kind of rundown, Delano DeShields can walk home.
Another 2-2. Appealed on the check swing. He goes. Gomez looking puzzled as he strikes out to end the inning. A case of self-defense, turns out to be out number 3. Bannister palms up, not too.
We're going to take a look here at this check swing. You see Carlos Gomez, he went around. I'm kind of wondering if he got thrown out of this game.
Quick chat. Mike Estabrook. Gomez still in the game.
Yeah, it was a whole kind of weird deal that unfolded here as Gomez is trying to plead his case. But okay, we're going to see this first. There's the check swing, and we saw the side view, and it did appear that Carlos Gomez went around. It was the right call when it was all said and done. You see that barrel. I like that call. I think that's okay. But you see the reaction. And what I was concerned about with Carlos Gomez was after the call was made. That was made. But then I wasn't sure what this secondary pointing was. Now, he never pointed to first base as to say you're out of the game, or excuse me, to the dugout. But that was a strange kind of second point. I don't know what exactly that was.
What the point of emphasis was there?
I mean, was he trying to come back again and say, yes, you did? Like the call was already made.
Right.
It was done with. So there's no reason to make any other call unless you were ejecting him from the game, which he was not.
You know, Tony Barnett up on the mound for the Rangers. Making his 41st appearance of the year. Guy who spent some time pitching overseas in his career.
A long time in Japan for Tony Barnett, the right-hander. A lot of cutters that you'll see from him. There's one right there at 89 miles per hour. Saw the overall numbers. The ERA was just under 5, but it's been kind of 2 different seasons for Tony Barnett. The second half has been very good for him. He's thrown the ball a lot better than he was in the beginning of the season. And obviously you're in a big spot against Mike Trout in a 2-run ball game in the 8th.
I'll face the big bats here in this 8th inning. Trout, Upton, Pujols.
There's so much information. It's great, right? Go through it, pitches, numbers. Tony Barnett is a cutter-heavy reliever. Mike Trout against right-handed cutters this year is hitting .615. That is absurd, but it's one of those deals. Well, do I go to my strength? The cutter is absolutely Tony Barnett's best pitch, or do I try to pitch to a different kind of place against Mike Trout? Not to say his weakness, but we talked about the elevated fastballs. That's a good place to go against Mike Trout. Up and in, just 133 up over the plate, hitting just 154 against fastballs.
Time called.
615.
It's absurd.
It's nonsense. I'm sure Ken writes that in his notes for the MVP voting.
Ground ball right in line with Odor. I mean, you heard him say he voted for him. He has a vote.
I heard. Trout. It's a big out for Tony Barnett. Went the slower breaking ball there at 79 miles an hour. Good execution of a game plan to get the MVP out.
Ken, would you like to add on to that?
I would just like to respond to CJ's comments.
The floor is yours.
Classic case of the media twisting the media's words. I'm a huge Trout guy. In my opinion, he should have more MVPs. And this year, he is right in it. CJ, I said meaningful games in September. I didn't say they had to get in. But if they get in, he is an awfully strong candidate. I don't know that he's stronger than Altuve, but it's pretty impressive what he has accomplished in a limited amount of time.
Too late. I think he already blocked you on Twitter.
Upton up the middle into center field. His first hit tonight.
The Altuve case is going to be a tough one to beat. And you add in there, of course, that they're the best team in the American League. But what he has done this year, Jose Altuve, has been incredible. For me right now, he probably is the MVP, my non-vote.
I think it's safe to say that if Trout would have been healthy this whole season and maintained the numbers that he set pace for before injury and that he's picked up on since that time, it would be much more difficult. It already is difficult for many. I think Rosenthal Nikowski is FS1's new debate show, which will premiere sometime soon.
First things firster.
That's right. Here's Pujols. Pujols has driven in both Angels runs. Both times bringing home Trout. Funny, we talk about Trout finishing second in MVP voting multiple times already in his young career. He will not find a shoulder to cry on to Albert Pujols. Pujols, a 3-time National League MVP with the Cardinals, of course. 4 times the runner-up. Twice to Barry Bonds. Missing out in 06 to Ryan Howard. Joey Votto in 2010. He goes.
Tony Barnett against these good right-handed hitters is flipping that breaking ball in there a little bit more. It's how he got Mike Trout out. You see him throwing the curveball at 79 miles an hour against Albert Pujols.
Reno stalks it up the line, 2-2. Earlier this year, Pujols joining the 600 home run club, 600 doubles as well, one of 3 all-time. You can see Bonds and Aaron, the other 2. Just a remarkable career for Pujols. You wonder a little bit, his career average 305. You wonder if he can keep a 300 career average when it's all said and done.
Obviously, a lot of at bats, so it takes a little bit more time to get that career average to come down. He's probably not a 300 hitter anymore in his career.
Andrews down to his chest, out of the glove, barehand Odor. Oh my goodness. That is as smooth as it comes. Worth another look.
Well, Elvis Andrews up the middle, the shovel there with the glove, the barehand catch, and it wasn't even close with Pujols running.
Play-by-play of that twin killing to end the inning.
Trying to take your job, buddy.
That's right.
Not surprising, though. The Rangers have done an excellent job this season. Their fan base used to seeing this. That is now 146 double plays that they have turned this season, second most in baseball.
Left-handed Jason Gurka up on the mound to work this home eighth. Gurka making his Angels debut last night. Appeared in the big leagues last 2 seasons. I don't know, not very much. All in relief. 9 appearances in 15 with the Rockies. Also with Colorado last year, just a handful of times.
He faced Joey Gallo last night. Gallo lined out to shortstop against Gurka, so we'll see if there's an advantage here for Gallo. 2 nights in a row. We have a dangerous left-handed hitter, and you're that left-handed reliever, maybe without the overpowering stuff. Back-to-back appearances can be a little bit tough.
Well, he's off to make it 2-2. Now, Gallo, you have to figure the only player in the majors this year to homer over not 1 but 2 batters' eyes. Did it in Houston, has done it here at home as well. Moves the count full. Right on top of the roof earlier this season, and over the brand new batter's eye in Houston as well.
The fact that he's doing it to center field was something that Jeff Bannister had told us before the game he has been very pleased with, right? It's not dead pull power for Joey Gallo where he's trying to cheat to get to baseballs and get it started early.
This time drawing a leadoff walk. Now he is someone, along with Aaron Judge and Carlos Stanton, really testing the boundaries of StatCast this season.
He certainly is. And you see this line drive to right field up there near Rick's popcorn wagon, then upper deck, right center field. You see him kind of going down the line in the gap, dead center. There's that one that hit the roof, one hop and over of the Hyundai Club. Does it again out there. You see Joey Gallo with his 37 home runs. That is tied for first in the American League.
Ismero Petit coming in for the Angels. Will step aside a pitch and change. Socha and the Angels. He inherits Gallo at first base, who drew the walk. He faces Mike Napoli. Salas now with his second stint with the Angels.
On a four-seam fastball, you see one right there at 90 miles an hour for Salas to go to the changeup as well. There are the overall numbers for him with the Mets and the Angels this season. You see the curveball and an occasional cutter, not very often, about 4% of the time. It's pretty much fastball, changeup, curveball for the right-hander.
Very early in his career, the closer for the Cardinals for a period of time. One ball and one strike to Napoli. Now, for as much as the Angels rotation has been battered and bruised this year, and it has. Look at this bullpen. Houston Street on the 60-day disabled list, but Norris, who spent some time as closer for the Angels this year, he is on the DL. Eventually lost his closer's job. I've already documented the rotation woes for the Angels this season. Shoemaker done for the year. Alex Meyer out for the season as well. J.C. Ramirez has been shut down with an elbow injury. With the hope that Garrett Richards will rejoin the rotation sometime early this coming week.
We got a couple of good arms down there in that bullpen. You went through the guys, obviously the name guys a lot of people had heard of that are unable to perform right now, but Cam Bedrosian got a pretty good arm. Was asking Mike Sosa earlier today about Middleton. I really like his arm. He is a rookie, and it's certainly tough to try to take rookie bullpen arms and count on them, especially this late in the year. It's the first time they're pitching in September in meaningful games. There's certainly some upside there as well for the 23-year-old. Bedrosian only 25.
Now Blake Parker, who we see on the right, has had one of the best under-the-radar seasons by any reliever in the American League this year.
They will need those guys down the stretch. That is for sure. I mentioned 12 arms in that bullpen right now for Mike Sosa. Excuse me, 10 arms.
2-2. Full count. Salas an inning and a third scoreless last night. Called back up to the Angels basically 1 year, the anniversary of his trade that sent him from Anaheim to New York. Another move gets away from Crone, but Gallo's staying put.
A smart move here by Joey Gallo. This ball did not get far enough away, and C.J. Crone actually completely missed the baseball. It hit Joey Gallo. It was the only reason it didn't go all the way to that wall down the right field line there behind first base.
There goes Gallo. Tomahawk ground ball over to third base. Valbuena, throwing low. Crone can't hold on to it. Gallo steaming into third. Headlong slide, and he is safe.
That was a play where Valbuena had all day to make a throw against Mike Napoli, and he just threw one in the dirt. C.J. Crone couldn't come up with it, and a good job by Joey Gallo. But Mike Sosa is actually going to maybe take a look at this because it looked like Joey Gallo may have come off the bag. We'll see here all day. See the ball there in the dirt. The back pick, unfortunately, came out of the glove there for C.J. Crone as he goes to pick up the baseball. Watch this here at third base. It looked like Joey Gallo, at least in full speed, might have popped off the bag. Let's see it. It's right there. Foot is on. I think he's okay. They are going to review it, though. Let's see here. This might be a better view. See what the Angels maybe saw up in the clubhouse. Hand is on. Foot is on. Foot is, ooh. Joey Gallo offering some help there to third base umpire Dan Bellino. It was a nice thing to do. It kind of looked like it came off, but you can't see it. You know, I don't know. We'll see.
Is the tag down when that foot looks like pops up for a millisecond?
No, maybe. I don't know. That's going to be a close one. That's a great shot at Joey Gallo right there, though. Very helpful.
If this call stands, runners on the corners, nobody out.
Wait, now we only see, the views here. I don't know if they have any additional in New York. This is the only broadcast, right? Part of it a lot of times when you have the home and the road broadcast, but this is just a single broadcast tonight. I think there's no in-house cameras that they get any of the looks, are there? I was talking to you.
You talking to me?
Yeah, call me back later.
I assume someone more in control of the cameras was on the other end of that question. My apologies. I'm sorry you got silence on both ends. He is out.
Wow.
overturned.
Good use of the replay there by the Angels. Tough break for Joey Gallo and the Rangers, but in Chelsea, New York, they saw enough where that foot just popped off for just a half a second. And that's what we talk about so much with instant replay. Is that what we really want? It doesn't matter. That's what you get. Even though Joey Gallo clearly beat the throw, you got to be able to hold that bag now, especially with the slow motion that we get in these great cameras.
I'm going to, as soon as this goes to commercial break, I'm going to start asking around what the in-house camera situation is here, CJ. I now know I need to know that for you. Here is Odor.
Probably something I should know when I don't know it. I just ask you.
Ball one. The Rougned Odor batting .212 entering tonight.
Kind of a net loss, I guess, when it's all said and done. It looked like it probably should have been a ground out, but Joey Gallo would have been in scoring position. Now here for Rougned Odor with the runner at first base. He's been a guy also 9 double plays that he has hit into this year.
In front of the plate, Maldonado to second, Simmons on to first, not in time.
I'll tell you, there are not too many shortstops in the league, and you see Anderson Simmons there thinking he should have turned that, but that's kind of asking a lot. As you see this ball barely out in front of home plate, Maldonado hops up, makes a nice jump. Watch the exchange here. A little bit of a low throw. That was pretty close. Good job by Rougned Odor to hustle down the line and barely beat that out. Anderson Simmons has got a pretty terrific arm without moving his feet at all, showing it off right there.
You think about teams in the American League up the middle defensively. Maldonado, Simmons, and Phillips, Trout in center field. Well, it's tough to beat that.
Well, it certainly is. I mean, on the infield, I think the Astros are a team that come to mind, at least without Tuve and Carlos Correa when he's healthy.
Odor take it off. Throw gets away from Phillips, and Odor bolts into third base. Right as we were singing the praises, it's a steal and an error on Phillips.
This is a really good jump by Rougned Odor. They didn't have a chance to get him at all. It looked like there was a little bit of contact as that ball came in, but no, Brandon Phillips is going to miss that anyways. It hit the top of the glove. Odor wasn't quite sure where the ball was at first, but it skipped far enough away where it was easy for him to get to third.
But you're right about Houston. Put Springer in center field, sometimes Marisnik there. 2-0 on Chirinos.
I wonder a little bit about the Cleveland Indians, especially right now with Jose Ramirez playing second base with Jason Kipnis out. They like him a lot as a second baseman, maybe even more than they like Kipnis, but Jose Ramirez will move around between third and second with Bradley Zimmer in center.
Talk about a StatCast freak.
Oh my goodness. Dude can run, incredible speed. I had a game last week on FS1. We were up in Cleveland. He made that unbelievable play over the shoulder catch, Jim Edmonds style, but full extension. It was incredible. And then Yan Gomes does a nice job behind the plate.
Funny to think that the Indians like Ramirez at second base, considering the fact that he started at third base in the All-Star game. pretty amazing.
Yeah, he's been a good defender. Remember, he started out at short, struggled, and basically got bumped off short once Francisco Lindor was ready. They put him in left field for a while, then third base, and all he did was hit.
Full count.
Boy, did the Indians do a nice job of locking him up. I believe it was $22.5 million, if memory serves. That is going to be a contract that is going to pay off very well for the Cleveland Indians with Jose Ramirez.
Indians winning tonight. They've won 10 straight.
It's without Andrew Miller, right? Dealing with that knee injury.
Back on the DL. Odor, the runner at third base. Two outs and the 3-2. Ground ball. Phillips has it easily. And that ends the 8th. We go to the 9th. Rangers leading the Angels. Now their final 3 outs. 4-2.
Our Gatorade every ounce counts, and you can always count on Carlos Gomez to give you every ounce. He hit that home run. He scored there, that great slide in home, and then even when things don't go his way, he's going to give you everything he has, including that bat toss right there. That might cost him a few dollars, but he's had a nice series here so far. A couple of home runs. Carlos Gomez always giving every ounce that he has.
And how about this? Ricky Rodriguez, who began the year in high A ball for the Rangers. He is on here to close this one down in the 9th. Chip Bannister telling us pregame that he was hoping to stay away from Alex Claudio. Rodriguez facing Cole Calhoun. Was off the first pitch.
And interesting in the sense that Rodriguez had a rough one last night here against the Angels. First kind of bad outing for him as he's a rookie getting an opportunity. Missed most of the 2015-16 season through just 7 games because he was recovering from Tommy John surgery. It's a good right-handed arm. He's got some good velocity, throws a curveball and a slider.
Into the corner, left field, DeShields able to gallop over to make the catch. Number 1. Well, right now we're going to send things off to our closer back at the studio. We'll check in with Rob Stone. Thank you, Rob.
I'm pretty sure I saw Rob Stone on TV at like 8 o'clock this morning. I mean, he is.
I think you're right.
I can't complain about working double duty today.
Simmons fights off the first pitch foul.
He may be the hardest working man in this business, although Kenny Albert would give him a run for his money.
As he would anybody.
I did mention Rodriguez, the struggles last night. Did not retire a hitter. Faced 4 batters, 3 hits and a walk. 3 runs, came around to score.
A big chop over to first base. Napoli handles it easily. 2 outs.
The thing with the Rangers, Alex Claudio has been the closer, even though he's a sidearm lefty without overpowering stuff. They've used him in that role, but as much as we talk about bullpen roles and what has happened here tonight, that 8th inning was probably the biggest moment when Tony Barnett came in, faced Mike Trout, Justin Upton, and Albert Pujols, and that great double play that the Rangers turned to end the 8th inning. That was maybe the bigger moment, not to take anything away from Ricky Rodriguez trying to close things out, but going through 2, 3, 4. What Tony Barnett did last inning was what may turn out to be the most difficult inning for this Rangers bullpen tonight.
Well, at a time where the Rangers are trying to push for that second wild card, they are having a young man who began the season in the Carolina League close out the 9th.
There's a Rodriguez that did that for the Angels. Didn't Francisco Rodriguez start that year in A-ball?
0-2. He's been pumping nothing but strikes. Rodriguez in high A ball this year had a string of retiring 46 consecutive hitters. Got the call up to Double-A Frisco, not far from here in the end of June. Up to the majors, early parts of August. The 0-2. The first pitch to miss. Balbuena looking for his first hit tonight.
Stand corrected. Francisco Rodriguez started in Double-A that year, Double-A and Triple-A.
Not too far off. Now the 1-2. High towering fly ball. Down over towards the pole. When this one is over with, we will send you out to Washington State. College football action coming up right here on FS1. Rodriguez looking for his second career save. The rookie out of Venezuela. Here's 1-2. Missing up. I don't want to put Balbuena on. C.J. Cron, plenty of pop on deck. The tie and run. Plug to the gap in right center field. It's a base hit high off the wall. Balbuena chugs it to second base. His first hit tonight comes with 2 outs. And Cron comes to the plate with a man in scoring position.
That's a good at bat by Luis Balbuena in a big spot. You mentioned just trying to get on base to give C.J. Cron an opportunity. Pitch that was down. Robinson Trinos was looking for that ball away, but it was down over the middle of the plate. Balbuena put a very nice swing on that for a 2-out double.
Cron 0 for 3, 3 punch outs tonight.
Swinging it pretty well, though. You kind of look over at his last 21 games, 312 batting average, 376 on base, 6 home runs for C.J. Cron over that time.
Numps it foul, 0-1. A.J. Griffin getting the start tonight, 5 2/3. And that curveball working, all 6 strikeouts from Griffin coming on the curve. It has been Espino, Beekman, Barnett, and now Rodriguez. All things considered, a fairly humble amount of relievers used in this one, given the time of year. Punch down the line, left field. This ball is up and gone. Cron with the laser beam shot with 2 outs here in the 9th inning. His 13th of the season, and C.J. Cron has just tied this game at 4.
Despite the fact that he was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, overall he had been swinging a pretty good bat lately. Had a couple of home runs 2 nights ago against the Oakland A's. For Ricky Rodriguez in a tough spot, goes with the 4-seam fastball. C.J. Cron hits himself a line drive home run. You should see it there, barely getting out of here. Tie this game up.
You're not kidding. Just over the wall. Jose Leclerc beginning to warm up. Now Rodriguez on 4 pitches got the first 2 outs, then the double by Valbuena, a home run by Cron. One ball and 1 strike to Maldonado now. A flick into center field and dying quickly. Gomez charges in, can't make the catch. Maldonado scampering into second base. Snaps an 0 for 14. And a go-ahead run now in scoring position. 3 consecutive hits.
Carlos Gomez gave it everything he had. This ball was off the end of the bat of Maldonado. You see him laying out full extension, just misses that baseball. It's one of those ones where you have to decide whether or not you go for it or play it back and concede the base hit. Well, Gomez decided to go for it. It came up a little bit short for him. As mentioned now, a go-ahead run, the go-ahead run, is in scoring position at second base.
Leclerc still warming.
Jeff Bannister was the one that went out for the visit. Second time we've seen that tonight from him, but no pitching change. Some words of advice that he wants to give Rodriguez. Rodriguez was very quickly elevated to a prominent role here in the bullpen. Now you're looking at 2/3 of an inning over his last 2 outings, which have led to 5 earned runs.
Nolan Fontana pinch running at second base for Maldonado after the double. Top of the order, here's Brandon Phillips. Up and in. Well placed base hit gives the Angels the lead here in the 9th with 2 outs. Double, homer, double. This has been a remarkable come from behind team all season. Slicing into right field. Mazzara is there to make the catch. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Rangers will try to walk this one off. C.J. Cron tying it up with a laser beam home run. Even things up at 4. 13th this season. As even this game at 4, we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Juan Granderol taking over behind home plate. And Yusmeiro Petit up on the mound to work the 9th for the Angels. They'll face the top third of the order. It begins with Delino DeShields.
Good overall numbers there for Petit, who's done an excellent job against right-handed hitters this year. Dig in and look at those splits a little bit. 177 against righties.
Two and 0. Lifted high out towards Upton in left field, covering some ground. 1 out. The dilemma for the Rangers and for Bannister in the top of the 9th, really interesting given roster expansion and all the relievers. You would think that at any point of the season, the one time that you would not be without your closer would be in September with all the arms. And if you did not have your closer, as Bannister obviously doesn't have tonight, that you would have a established, reliable secondary option. But that just has not been the case tonight. We see Claudio there.
There's been a lot of shuffling in the bullpen as they tried to figure things out. Jason Grilli maybe would fit that mold. He also pitched last night. 40-year-old, the guy who has done it before.
Shoot, lifts this foul. 1-1. Grilli, a former All-Star closer with the Pirates. But worth mentioning again the injuries to this Rangers bullpen. Matt Bush, Keona Kela. Two guys who've worked some high leverage situations this year. A run wins it for the Rangers.
Talk about Nomar Mazara earlier tonight and how it doesn't have the batting average on fastballs down and in. Very atypical for a left-handed hitter. Chu is that same kind of guy. He's good on fastballs out over the plate, middle, as you see him lay off that good fastball right there. Another guy that kind of sprays the field, has some power. He's shown it this year, but great back control. Understands the strike zone extremely well. Got the second highest walk rate on this team. You might be shocked at who has the highest walk rate for the Rangers this season. You're looking at me as if you'd like to take a guess.
I'm very curious.
Joey Gallo.
Three-quarter check swing goes around, 2 outs. Now Petit trying to send this one to the 10th. Retired to Shields and Chu.
It's a good breaking pitch here. You see the grip and the spin. As Chu started swinging, he was thinking maybe that ball would finish below the zone, but he was unable to hold this swing up.
Two teams that last night played 4 hours and 33 minutes and out away from playing extras tonight. Andrews without a hit tonight. Looks at strike one. Should we get to the 10th, Trout, Upton, Pujols due up for the Angels. Trout with a couple of doubles and 2 runs scored. And it would be Jose Leclerc to pitch for Texas.
Rangers certainly hoping they're not going to get there. Alex Claudio already down. The depth of the bullpen will be tested here a little bit. Matt Bush on the DL. This is an important win. I mean, they all are going forward for the Texas Rangers, but those head-to-head matchups, we talked about that in our open. For the Rangers having a lot of those, the Angels have them as well, but what you don't want to start doing is splitting, winning a series, losing a series. You're just not going to be able to make up the ground this late in the season when you are the team that is chasing the leaders.
Slap foul, still 1-2. Trout chug it in, picking up some speed, covering all kinds of ground to send us to the 10th. Petit out of the bullpen, a 1-2-3 ninth. Extra innings, here we come here at Arlington. Only seems fitting. Now here we go in the 10th. Jose Leclerc pouring in a first pitch strike to Mike Trout.
Jose Leclerc, one of those guys that really has emerged here for Jeff Bannister. You see the overall numbers. The only thing that sticks out, those 34 walks for him. The control can get away from him a little bit, but he has maybe one of the more interesting repertoires in the game. And you watch him throw, you say, oh, looks like he throws, you know, average fastball, slider. That pitch right there is actually a changeup from Jose Leclerc. The way that it comes out of his hand, he throws it two different ways. He'll cut it, and then he'll let it fade. So when he throws it to right-handed hitters, it cuts and looks exactly like a slider. But it is a changeup grip. And he just tries to cut across that pitch. Very unique. A couple of guys in the league have started cutting their changeup intentionally.
And I suppose there's an easy answer for why you wouldn't just throw a slider.
Well, I guess maybe he can't. You know, grips are always such an interesting thing when you talk about pitchers, and what works for one doesn't always work for another. For Jose Leclerc, he has just found this changeup grip when he cuts it. He's able to get the slider type action on it.
Full count to Trout. Trout leading the league in on base and slugging, leading the majors in OPS. Has doubled twice tonight, scored twice. He leads off the 10th.
Good velocity there from Leclerc at 97 miles an hour. We talked about this a lot with Mike Trout, but where you locate that fastball is so important against him. Elevation is really the only place that you can go, and it's got to be up and in. Just a 133 batting average against right-handed fastballs, are up over the plate, but if you let him get extended up and away, he can do some damage.
Trout reaching base, go ahead run aboard to begin the 10th. He's aboard for the 3rd time.
Outfielder Justin Upton.
Justin Upton strides to the plate. Upton 3 home runs shy of tying a career high. Lays off ball 1 at 97. We heard Ken talking about the way that this Rangers bullpen is currently constructed with injuries. Big part of it. This is not a big swing and miss bullpen that Texas has. And the Angels, one of the hardest teams to strike out in the majors. Only 1 strikeout by a Rangers reliever so far tonight. It was C.J. Cron with 2 outs in the 9th inning, the 2-run homer. Just barely over the tall wall in left field to tie this game at 4. Worth revisiting for Cron, his 13th of the season, and this just barely had enough height.
Now, fastball that was supposed to be in. It wasn't that far off. He didn't miss the spot by much, did Rodriguez, but Cron put a good swing on it. He's been hot. I mentioned it as of late. And it was a line drive that just squeaked out of here in Arlington.
Keeping an eye on Trout once again.
We were talking about the swing and miss for the Rangers and some of those issues that they've had in the bullpen. Jose Leclerc does have the highest strikeout rate. Strikeouts per 9, 11.5 for him per 9 of the active relievers down there in Jeff Bannister's bullpen.
And you can see the velocity of the changeup that you talked about. It's away from Chirinos, and Trout easily takes second base. Go ahead run with tremendous speed in scoring position.
Well, this one, Chirinos has done a really good job behind the plate, but yeah, this was a ball just kind of took off a little bit on him.
Pass ball.
Let's take a look here on this side. You see him set up down and away. That ball had some run on it, and at high velocity, that's what gets you. That pitch almost looked like it was a strike too. No call there. So one thing that can get so difficult for catchers, we talk about receiving, and there's framing numbers now. I don't put a lot of stock into them. I don't buy into them as much. And I wish I could, but I just don't think they're as reliable as we'd like them to be. But when you get high velocity with movement and guys missing spots, that's the toughest thing for a catcher to do, especially thinking about they're all right-handed, and the way that Robinson Chirinos had to come back across the plate and try to catch that ball. Not that he couldn't have, but those are the toughest ones.
And a hard time handling that one at 96. Now 3-1 to Upton.
Looked like a little bit of an overthrow from Jose Leclerc, and you want to be careful. You got Justin Upton Having the great year has great power. Hitting location as opposed to trying to crank it up an extra mile or two, but missing your spots, not what you want to be doing to him.
A back-to-back 3-ball count from Leclerc here in the 10th. Trout at second base. 2 on. Back-to-back walks to begin the 10th inning.
Well, the guys that have been here so far in this lineup for the Angels and have been here for a while. Mike Trout, see this double and ball that he lined down the left field line. And Albert Pujols didn't hit it very hard, but did exactly what he had to do. And then we see Mike Trout here again, this time going to right center field. The ball that short hopped the wall for a double. And there's Albert Pujols again with a base hit to drive him in. That is a combination that Angels fans are very used to. Albert Pujols driving in Mike Trout.
Doug Brocail out for a visit with Leclerc.
And when you're thin in the bullpen, and even though there is some action there right now down there for the Texas Rangers, the call to Jose Leclerc by Jeff Bannister in this spot, believing that he could be the guy. And so just a little bit of a rally speech from Doug Brocail to get him back on track. I mentioned this has been an important arm and a big arm for the Rangers, but the walks have really creeped up for Jose Leclerc in the second half.
It was Ricky Rodriguez, the blown save of the 9th inning after getting the first 2 outs on 4 pitches. A double to Valbuena, then the 2-run smash by Crone. So here is Pujols. Looks at ball 1.
Experience factor so big here. Albert Pujols, RBI situations. Here he is again with Mike Trout. An opportunity to drive him in a big spot. As we went through how these guys approach it, what they're looking for. Completely different approach if you have 2 outs and nobody on.
Throw down to first base, trying to keep an eye on Upton. Leclerc just cannot find the strike zone. 2-0.
This was something that was an issue for Jose Leclerc in the past, but it did appear near the end of last year and in spring training, as you see Austin Bibbins-Dirks warming up now in that Ranger bullpen, that Jose Leclerc kind of solved those control issues, but they've creeped back up on him here lately.
Trout and Upton aboard, both reaching on walks. Swinging strike at 96, 2-1 to Pujols. Up and in, almost gets him with 97. Now 3-1 to Albert. 3 batters faced, each with a 3-ball count.
Albert Pujols knows that this is not intentional, but that doesn't mean he's not happy about it. He's in that 2-1 count, so maybe leaning out over the plate, thinking about getting it started early against the good velocity of Jose Leclerc. Instead, he gets a fastball up and in off the plate.
Go ahead run Trout at second base. Top of the 10th. The bases are loaded on walks. Bannister has to go get him. Austin Bibbins-Dirks, 12 years in the minor leagues. Pitched an indie ball. A 32-year-old rookie will come out to inherit this mess. In the 10th inning, bases are loaded. Bags are packed. Jose Leclerc walked him full. Upton, the man at second base. Trout, who began this inning with a leadoff walk, is at third. And here's Austin Bibbins-Dirks.
You were mentioning his story. It's been a pretty incredible one, inspiring one for Ranger fans that have seen Austin Bibbins-Dirks make his way to the big leagues after the long journey of the minor leagues. And even though that ERA is high, he's done a good job. He's made some really good spot starts. He was in the rotation for a little while. Beat Max Scherzer, went head-to-head up in Washington against the Nationals. That really good high-powered offense, but he is in a tough spot here with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Infield drawn in, strike one. And a left field base hit. Angels taking the lead. Here is Trout. Here comes Upton. DeShields throw home. Upton scores standing. 2 across for the Angels, who have taken the lead in the 10th. Now bullpen collapse from the Rangers.
This is a good job by Cole Calhoun. He didn't hit the ball very hard, but he stays inside of it. Put that ball in play. They were trying to go in. He got that ball in. It's a good pitch from Dirks, but you should see Calhoun pulling the hands in, getting enough of this ball. He did not hit it hard at all, but he hit it in the right spot. And he did the job to give the Angels the 2-run lead, and there was still nobody out.
They lead for the first time in the 10th inning. Pennington running for Pujols now in at second base. Here is Simmons. If you have followed the Angels this year, this just seems to be in their DNA this season. The 0-1 to Simmons. 1-1.
We're talking about contact pitchers here for the Texas Rangers. That is the game for Austin Bibbins-Dirks, inducing weak contact. His strikeout rate just 5 per 9. The ground ball rate at 40%, which is slightly below league average, but it's weak contact is what he is usually doing. And even that base hit from Cole Calhoun wasn't hit extremely hard, but this guy that will mix and match, will change his arm angle, drop down a little bit, especially against righties with both the fastball and the slider.
Speaking of the comebacks for the Angels, a chance for their 40th come from behind win tonight. It has been remarkable. Two on, nobody out, a ball and 2 strikes is Simmons. Ground ball chopping to Andrews. Odor throws fastball but not in time to first base. Simmons legs it out. Pennington survives. He's over at third base. Calhoun the lone out.
This is going to be a tough turn with Andrews and Simmons going down the line. To see him getting out of the box pretty well. Andrews does everything he can, and even though that throw was a little bit low, I don't think it would have made much of a difference.
Here's Valbuena. Talk about that big hit from Calhoun. That was his first hit tonight, although he had walked twice. He's on base 3 times in this one tonight. think it's fair to say, CJ, interested in your thoughts here, for the Angels, within arm's reach of that second wild card, if Calhoun can be the guy the final month of the season that he was in August and that he has been really in seasons past, you think of an outfield offensively, Upton, Trout, Calhoun. That is a big piece if he can continue to play at that level. He's had spurts this year. This has been a tough year for Calhoun relative to others. I mentioned it earlier, such a quality under the radar type player in the majors, a guy with the Gold Glove, a guy who's been locked up by the Angels. They know it very well, and somebody that Mike Scioscia just raves about for good reason. But if he can carry that hot August into September, the difference that will make for the Angels with Phillips, with Upton. It's got a mile foul.
Well, he's absolutely capable, and you're right. That would really complete this good outfield here with the Angels. You also have Mike Scioscia, who believes in it. So we talked about Cole Calhoun with him earlier today. He didn't seem too concerned.
Not at all.
About the up and down season. And it's a nice feeling to have when you know your manager believes in you, and he absolutely does believe in Cole Calhoun. Understandably so. He's been a good player throughout his career, but it was just you almost brushed it off like, no big deal, and no doubt in my mind he can do it and what he has done. And it would be nice for them to get that strong finish out of Cole Calhoun. But at the same time, this is a deep enough lineup, right, where he's just kind of average or so. They have enough big hitters, especially at the top, that can certainly carry the load. So it'd be a great benefit to have. I think you got to pick one area of the game where the Angels can say that'll be better the rest of the way. Probably be the starting rotation, right? That's going to be absolutely the difference.
Runners on the corners. Simmons and Pennington. Swings through 91, 2-2. Angels have taken the lead here in the 10th. 2-run single by Cole Calhoun after C.J. Cron tied it up with 2 outs in the 9th. On a line drive homer out to left field. Now, how hard can you be on this Rangers bullpen late in this game? You think about the experience level. Ricky Rodriguez, a rookie who has barely dipped his toe in the big league waters so far this season, asked to pitch the 9th because, well, of how long last night's game was. Pitchers being used, pitchers being unavailable. You look at Jose Leclerc, who tonight is not the first of his command issues this season. He's also a pup. And now you have Bivens Dirks, who, as we mentioned, a dozen years of the minors, a guy who pitched an indie ball more than anything this year, began to be a feel-good story, then actually has some spurts of really performing well. As you mentioned in the bullpen, some spot starts as well for Texas. This is not exactly as though you are going to a lockdown 7, 8, 9 battery for this Rangers bullpen right now. Another walk, the 4th in this 10th inning.
Well, you're absolutely right, and it is a bullpen that has some inexperience, but it's interesting when you look at the ages of the guys. You just mentioned Austin Bivens Dirks at 32 years old, but he's a rookie. Matt Bush at 31 years old in his 2nd year as a reliever, even though he's in his 30s. And that's always been kind of part of the issue here a little bit this season, is that you have some of those guys, either they're young like Jose Leclerc, or they're older guys but maybe not necessarily a lot of experience. Tony Barnett is another good example of that. 2nd year coming over from Japan at 33 years old. So he was a 32-year-old rookie last year. Not to say that those guys aren't capable of getting it done, but yeah, there's been some of that a little bit where Maybe it's lacked the veteran. I think when they opened up the season, the oldest or the most experienced reliever had about 3.5 years service time. I think it's Sam Dyson, which is unusual. And that was part of the reason.
Who's no longer with the team.
Who's no longer with the team. That's part of the reason. And Jeremy Jeffress, I think, was right there around that service time.
Also no longer with the team.
No longer with the team. But that's why they went out and got Jason Grilli to help, first of all, first and foremost, but also to bring a guy in who has been there and done that at 40 years old. You mentioned former All-Star closer with the Pirates. So a lot of young arms, and I don't say inexperienced in the sense that you're not sure what you're going to get or whether or not they could get it done, but not a lot of big league mileage on those arms.
Caleb Coward, you saw pinch running at first base for Valbuena after the walk. Leclerc could not get it out. It was C.J. Cron to send this one to the 10th.
Big spot here as he gets that fastball. And it's his hard line drive. Barely got it out of here down the left field line in Arlington, but a huge spot to get this game tied up. I was getting another at bat here in the 10th.
Flicks this into center field. Gomez over. Pennington tags, comes down the line, scores easily. 3 runs in this 10th inning for the Angels to extend the lead 7-4. Well, what this game, what this series is all about, the American League wild card race. Take a look at the standings. The Yankees, a 1-game lead, it has been trimmed into by the Twins, who put on an offensive show tonight against the Royals. Angels right now 2 games out. Rangers 3.5 back.
And you see the Rangers at 67 and 67. If they were to lose this one, drop a game under 500. That has been an issue for them as well, as they got off to the slower start this season, but just a lot of hovering right around 500. Go a game up, a couple of games down. It's one of those things where once they got it back together after a slow start, at one point they were 5 and 10. 5 games under for a while, 6 games under, but once they creeped up and got near 500, they just really had not been able to separate themselves from that mark.
This is Juan Granderol's first at bat. Taking over for Maldonado. It was pinch run for. Up high, 2-0. Socked into left field. DeShields comes over to make the catch. 8 batters come to the dish in the 10th for the Angels. They scored 3 runs and they have taken the lead as we go to the bottom of the 10th. times in the top of the 10th they have taken the lead. Rangers down to their final 3 outs. Caleb Coward, who came on as a pinch runner, now at third base for the Halos. And Blake Parker having a fantastic season. You can see the numbers there. The whip is minuscule. Fantastic strikeout to walk ratio. He is on here for what would be now his 5th save of the season.
Good fastball averages, 93 miles an hour. Not necessarily that overpowering right-handed fastball you see so much around Major League Baseball these days. Throws the curveball and the split. Those are the 2 off-speed offerings.
The 1-0 to Mazzara. 1-1. At one point, the Rangers led this game 4-2. That was on the RBI fielder's choice from Mazzara in the 7th. 5 unanswered runs since by the Angels. CJ, I'm sure you played on some teams that had this mindset, this mentality that you were never out of it. That must just feed on itself after a while. And you know that the Angels have to be feeling that after the season that they've had, coming from behind so many times.
Not only that, and you're right, once you do it and you prove it to yourself that you've done it a few times and done it a lot this year, you believe in it. You never believe that you're out of any game, especially when you have the personnel that they have. But then they've also had the emotional boost of what has happened just even in the last couple of days with the additions of Brandon Phillips, Justin Upton, potential of Garrett Richards coming back. All those things that you're already aware of, all that does is build your confidence as a team. And it doesn't hurt to have the greatest hitter in our game playing center field for you either. But that absolutely exists on this team, no doubt.
Fair ball to first base. CJ Cron handles it smoothly as we take you back to Rob Stone in Los Angeles for a game break. Rob? What a start to the season for Falk. Cougs 0-5 to begin the season. Each of the last 5, 0-1 I should say, to begin the season each of the last 5 years. Coach Leach trying to change that tonight.
It's a pretty high completion percentage. No mathematician, but he's in the triple digits.
Home run and a double for Gomez tonight. A couple of strikeouts as well. The hands foul, 0-2. What does it look like the rest of the way for the Angels? Road trip continuing to the Bay Area. On to Oakland, a day off in Seattle. 3-game weekend series against the Mariners, hanging in there for the wild card chase as well.
Definitely gets a little bit tougher as they go, especially the back end there. Those games with the Astros. You almost hope to some degree if they can wrap it up and maybe back off a little bit. I'm sure for the teams that still have games against the Astros.
I think it's a piece of Gomez. One out base runner. And for the Rangers, some interleague play. They'll be heading off to Atlanta. And then a day off to get ready for Aaron Judge and the Yankees.
The Yankees are a perfect example of a team where you talk about schedule. Well, it matters what pitching they get. They're going to get Severino and Tanaka. Or is it going to be more the back end? I mean, Sonny Gray obviously there and done a pretty nice job for the Yankees, but the matchups that they get over those 3 games will make a little bit of a difference. You know, the Yankees have fallen back here as of late. But it's not a schedule where you go, oh, no chance, right? It looks like certainly somewhat of a manageable schedule. You got to play well. No bumps in the road for the Rangers if they want to have a chance.
Lifted foul, 1-1. Gomez was taken off. Here's the real question for the Angels tomorrow. Will Martin Maldonado catch tomorrow? Because nobody has caught more games this year in the majors than Maldonado. Mike Scioscia, of course, a former fine catcher in the big leagues. And he has run Maldonado out there more times than not, to say the least. Ground ball right up the middle. Simmons a step on second. That is your ball game. What a come from behind win tonight for the Angels. Cron the home run with 2 outs in the 9th. The 2-run shot to tie it. A 3 spot in the 10th. And the Angels win it 7-4 here in Arlington. Rangers bullpen had nothing going on late. A short bullpen at that. And the Angels take it 7-4 the final. For CJ Nikowski and Ken Rosenthal and our entire FS1 crew, I'm Aaron Goldsmith. Glad you could join us for a long night here in North Texas. We'll send you back to Rob Stone inside of our Los Angeles studios. So long from Arlington.